do? It's your boy Keen Decker back at it again. We are live on both YouTube and YouTube Shorts. I actually never knew this was a thing until a couple of days ago when I saw somebody streaming on YouTube Shorts. And I was like, wait, I didn't even know this was like legit. Oh shoot. This isn't set to, this is set as unlisted for some reason. I got you. Give me 1 sec, chat. Give me 1 sec. I accidentally set it to unlisted. See, the setup for like the YouTube streams is so finicky. Like, I have to schedule one stream and then go live on like another stream on like the live now setting. So this should be public now. Let me copy the URL. And let me just go to each of the streams and make sure it's looking good. Pop open both of these bad boys and make sure we're looking okay here. Lucha's joined me for the stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're both looking really good. Very cool and good. So, if you do not know, we are going to be recapping Marth's dungeon. The entirety. I'm going to go from like the bare bones beginning of Marth's dungeon. And we are going to get ourselves up to the mid-season halfway point, which is going to be starting tomorrow. So I wanted to give you guys like a really, really good visualization and recap of everything that has happened in the story up until now. So yeah. Streaming. Let's see. Marth's dungeon recap. Come catch up on the lore. Mid-season starts tomorrow. All right, cool. So that's the @everyone announcement. And we'll wait to for people to start kind of heading in here before we go and start up with Marth's dungeon. Oh, also, is this okay? You guys are looking at the player screen, which is good. Because there's a lot of little spoilery things on the DMs tool. On the maps, we're going to start off on... Is there like a Solyet castle before it got upgraded? I think this is it right here. Yeah, this is the old school. This is the first map I made. The absolute first map I made in Arkenforge. Let's see. Hopefully everything's updating too. Do I have both of these? Oh, I have the shorts one set to normal latency, and then the YouTube one set to ultra low latency. I tried to do that just to save on, you know, like my computer space or like my memory and my internet like not freaking out. But I will say so far, now that I've switched over to OBS, it's like night and day. Streamlabs ran so much like clunkier than OBS did, and OBS like really is super easy on the PC. Like my CPU usage for OBS right now is 0.3%, which is crazy. Like that's insane. But yeah, we'll start waiting for people to hop in. Let me, in the meantime, let me go into my notes quickly. And I wish there was like a search function for Arkenforge notes. That would be so clutch. Because I have like maybe 200 notes. Maybe like 200 notes in here. This is what Marth looks like now. He didn't at the time. This is like an updated token for Mr. Marth Solmance. Let me grab Solyet here. You got 2 streams on right now, boss? Yes, I do know this. One of them is going to the shorts section of YouTube, and then the one that's not in the vertical shot is going to regular YouTube. Sup, Duder? Had an awesome time last night. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, absolutely. I had a super fun time, too. I'm sorry that, I kind of feel bad that I went so crazy in a custom casual game. I kind of felt bad. I was like, man, you know, I hope these guys are chill like that. That's why I always try to avoid. Hi. What's good? Hello. Annabelle's in the house.
Yes.
You came just in time. I'm just about to start my recap, and
I'm here to steal my dish back and steal some of beer.
I'm sure Josh loved it. I also had like a oh there she goes.
No.
Oh. No, which isn't chill apparently. Don't feel bad, it was fun. They loved having you. Yeah, no, it was super fun. I had a really good time. But welcome to everybody that's just coming in. We are going to be starting up in just a couple of minutes. I'm waiting for everybody to get here, and then I will start the recap for everything. A reminder, if you guys have any questions whatsoever about anything lore related, anything that I went over that doesn't really, like, you know, instantly click or make sense, like anything with the characters, any questions whatsoever, just ask them. I will answer them to the best of my ability without giving you spoilers of things that haven't happened in the story just yet. And yeah, I hope I can provide some good insight and, you know, be able to catch you guys up on live, because I am like rolling out the shorts for like the recaps. It takes a really long time though, because I have to like write the script for it, and yeah, so I'm much slower on that than I realistically would like to be. So being in a live format and just kind of yapping about like all of the lore for Marth's Dungeon is wicked easy, and hopefully it catches up a little bit faster instead of having to go through the shorts manually. If you want like more of a detailed description, I guess go through the episodes individually. But how's everybody in chat doing tonight? Let me hop off top chat. Also, for anybody that is here, I know some of you. I have quite a few of you actually in the shorts stream right now for the shorts chats. Oh, I wonder if it is the same chat, because I remember seeing like a feature like for like the YouTube short that said that if you're viewing from the actual like shorts itself, that you can't actually chat from there. But you would have to like click on the link, and then it would open it up in a separate URL, and then you can chat from there. So I guess Varathia and Druzy are watching from the shorts, and then we got like the bigger one going on up here. But I actually really like the shorts layout because the quality is really good for like the camera. It has to take in overall less, so it can like enhance the quality of everything that's just there, and it makes it look like a I only see me over here. Oh, well, Varathia is chatting. Maybe it's because you came in after Varathia. Varathia said two things in the beginning. I don't know. But for you, Druzy, it's in the vertical, landscape, yeah? Or sorry, landscape is like the full. But it's vertical for you. I'm still getting used to everything and the way I'm going to have to actually set it up. What the heck? Varathia is so sad. Actually, let me post the URL on Twitter really quickly, too. Let me do that. I wish I remembered to, Annabelle's so ridiculous. Love it. I wish I remembered to make a thumbnail for this. I was wondering why it was in the vertical. I'm gonna hop to the main. I'm gonna hold up the short size. I dig the shorts. The vertical makes your eyes shine. It, like, the quality is really good. So like if you go over to like the regular landscape stream, the quality's still decent. It's just that like the camera itself, when like I make gestures and movements, it captures it with a little bit less quality, I suppose. And like in the short stream, it's like A-okay. It's clean, brothers. It's clean. It's legit nice, man. No lie. Thank you. I'm actually really excited because streaming to like the shorts tab in general is gonna, I think, bring in a lot of people that are interested in tabletop RPGs. I'm probably only gonna do the shorts streams. Don't quote me on it, but I'm probably only gonna do the shorts streams for Marth's Dungeon. And then, like, the regular streams, just as, like, a regular thing. Like, the gaming streams as the regular. I dig the vertical a lot. I do, too. It's really nice. I think TikTok changed this for me. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's nice visually. Because, like, you're just kind of hyper-focused in on one thing. And you don't feel your eyes constantly kind of drifting from side to side. It looks just visually more, like, appealing, I suppose. But I think... as of... Hey, what's up, Haunted? How's it going? I'm darting back and forth between the two chats. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Haunted. We are just about to get underway for the recaps. Forza recaps. The chat covers half the screen. It's transparent, so you might have to consider that. Chat covers half the screen. Chat covers half the screen. Let me see. Copy URL. Chat covers half the screen. I actually don't see it on my end. Whenever I click on it, and like open it up from the actual URL. Just when you design things? Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean by that? Not saying it's bad. Oh, you mean from, like, mobile? That's why, because I don't think you can chat from, like, the regular short itself. But as soon as you click on it and open it up in, like, an actual URL, then you can start chatting, and then I think all the text is off the screen? Yes? Am I crazy? Oh, you're saying from mobile. I see what you're saying. I think it'll still be nice, because there's an option to actually just... if you click on the link itself, you can trace your way back to the actual live stream. Got you. I understand now. Personally, I prefer the wide view, but the small ain't bad either. Let's go. We take those. All right. I think... also, as a reminder, if you guys, want to help out a ton, just make sure you hit that like button on these streams. That would help out remarkably. The more interaction we have in these streams, the more people we can get in here to watch the recap, so people can start to get updated on the story. And if people are updated about the story, they will feel probably better about hopping into live streams, and it would help me a ton. So, like, if you wish, hit that like button. If you want to hit that dislike button, smash it even harder. That's what I like to say. Smash the dislike button. But we are going to... how long have you been streaming for? 15 minutes? I think we'll start up. Now is probably a good time more than any. So, Marth's Dungeon Season 1. Let me get rid of Penelope. Let me get rid of... actually, Thames can stay there. This is what the castle used to look like. Before, everything changed. But before any of that, even, Season 1 took place. And in Season 1 Marth's Dungeon, it was all focused in and around game show episodes. Every single episode was in the format of a game show. So I would bring 4 streamers. Sometimes they weren't even streamers. I tried to get mostly people that were content creators and streamers. But every once in a while, it'd be some people from the community, which was really, really fun. Bringing like people in from the community as well. Super, super dope. But yeah, it'd be 4 separate streamers or content creators that would go through an elaborate dungeon. And this was all kind of, this was a lot more theater of mind work as far as TTRPGs go. There was no maps. There was no tokens. There was simply a, it started off with me. I would make the monsters' pictures, and then I would put them up, and then Tori started doing them, and Tori did a phenomenal job. But yeah, there would be 4 separate monsters. It was just a picture of them, a general description of the area that they were going into, and the whole basis for it was that the travelers or the adventurers going into Marth's dungeon were doing so to kind of make their way through, and Marth was giving away his own kind of... He was giving away, his vitality. He was in a 50-year slumber, so he's in a coma at the current moment in time by Soliet the Witch, who is directly next to him here. So he was in this bed for 50 years dealing with this kind of mental dungeon. Torture, essentially. But the basis is that he was giving away his own thoughts, memories, and vitality to these adventurers that were coming in. And this was kind of an elaborate setup and a ruse on Soliet's part, the witch, to kind of disguise it. So he's like, hey, this seems very real. This is my kingdom. These people made it through my dungeon. I'm going to be gifting them gold, which was kind of like the disguise for his memories. He's like, I'm going to be gifting them riches and valor, and these should be very proud about going through my dungeon and surviving. As things went forward, which you can see in Season 1 for sure, I know there's not a lot of VODs of it, so which is why these recaps are really, really nice, because I have a pretty good memory of these things. But as the season progresses, Marth begins to lose more and more of his memory. He just remembers less and less. And so as the adventurers are reaching him, in the beginning, he's very, like, boisterous. He's very loud and excitable, enthusiastic. And he seems to have a pretty good basis in reality. He remembers a lot. However, as the season progresses and they win inside the game show more and more, he becomes kind of more recluse. He starts remembering a lot less, and he seems to be very disassociated with everything. He's just like, oh, you guys are here to accept your prize. Of course, of course. So this continues to happen for 50 years. Marth is in this coma. And one day, as he gets stabbed, this was an episode where they decided to fight Marth. There was 4 contestants that instead of taking like the happy ending where everybody, you know, just plays a little game show and the winner gets a couple of gifted subs on their channel, they're like, hey, we want to fight Marth. Let's kill him. Let's just get rid of him. And they ended up beating Marth. There was only a couple other people up until then that had actually challenged Marth himself. But none of them actually had beaten him. Everybody up until that point had just died. Or, like, settled. They're like, whoa, bro, okay, never mind. Like, can we just chill? Like, I'm sorry about that. But these guys fought Marth, killed Marth, stabbed a sword through his chest. And Marth, as he's dying in his own mental dungeon, which is pretty messed up, starting to pass away, he has a moment of lucidity. He's like, oh, hey, none of this stuff that's happening around me makes any sense. And he finally realizes that he's in a dream, which causes Soliet to immediately take attention to this. And she goes inside the dream and goes to like finish him off. Marth ends up locking her in his own mental dungeon. And then she's the controller of this entire, make-believe reality, essentially. So she's able to change a bunch of things, but Marth locks her away inside his own mind. And then he groups up with 4 final kind of streamers, his closest memories, to take on Soliet. Soliet sets up like a really, really hard instance for them to get through. And they finally meet her. This is the end of Season 1. The final episode. Martha's going through a bunch of his past memories. And he has to fight 4 individual monsters, one of them of which is actually Maxwell, who is definitely a crowd favorite to some. But once they're done fighting those monsters, they finally confront Soliet. and System Freeze, who was in this episode, they're supposed to fight Soliet, and he sees a portal to leave. And Freeze is like, oh, bet. It's like a dark portal. I'm like, you don't get a good feeling about it. It's very foreboding. He's like, oh, cool. Yeah, bet. He jumps through the portal. This instantly dematerializes him. He was a memory of Marth's. All of these 4 companions, they were all memories of Marth. So he just jumps out of what is the equivalent of Marth's head to commit sewer slide. And so they have to do the fight as like a 3v1. It was a pretty difficult fight. But they end up managing to beat her. And Soliet's like, oh, shoot. Like, I'm going to die. I need to get out of here. So she leaves Marth's mental dungeon via the portal. Marth grabs onto her, follows her through, and there was a final roll at the end of Season 1. Season 2 could have just not happened whatsoever. There was a lot of things that could have led to Season 2 Marth's Dungeon just not happening. The primary one was when Marth hopped out of the dream, Soliet had a dagger in her hand, and she was trying to bring it down onto Marth's throat. Marth, at this point, is like a 68, 69-year-old dude that has been in a coma for 50 years. His strength, his constitution in general, and he's been having his vitality kind of dragged out of him, is really poor. Even somebody like Soliet, who's like a witch, who's not like the strongest person, is like kind of overpowering him. But there was a final roll, a strength for strength roll, that determined whether there was going to be a Season 2 or not. And so Marth ends up winning that strength roll, turning around the dagger and plunging it into Soliet's throat, and killing her. And that is the end of Season 1, essentially. At the very... Once he plunges that dagger into her throat, he stands up and he looks out the window of his former castle, which is now... It's been completely changed, very much so. And a lot of it's, like, not in good shape. You can see that these walls are not great. They're all jagged. The floors are cracked. This castle never used to look like this. But Marth takes a look out of the window to his kingdom, and he sees that it has been completely leveled. Mechalite, their neighboring kingdom, after 50 years, have gone through their country Potovia and destroyed everything. They've looted everything, they've burnt it down to the ground, and there's monsters everywhere. And so Marth, as well as... Let me grab him here. Marth, as well as Maxwell. Maxwell. Funny guy in the yellow rain jacket. Marth kind of looks over to Maxwell, who was a villain this entire time. Throughout the entirety of Season 1, he was inviting all of the participants into the dungeon itself. He was there every single episode, and he was a villain and a monster in the final episode. But Marth just likes Maxwell. You can tell that there's something a little bit different about Maxwell, that he's just like a guy who's probably in a bad situation. So Marth sees his country completely razed. And he looks over to Maxwell and he says, I'm going to get revenge, and you're going to help me do it. And Maxwell's like, yeah, I really prefer if I didn't. And he's like, yeah, you don't really have a choice. The choice was essentially you're helping me or you're probably going to die. Martha's just that angry. Like, it's been, 50 years and everything is gone. His family, his friends. He even read a note from his father stating that he loved him so much and that he regrets not kind of taking care of him, that he hopes wherever he is that he's safe because his, Marth went missing. So Marth is absolutely just like furious at this point. He is hell-bent on revenge. So he demands Maxwell kind of helps him. And so the start of Season 1, Marth gets the Book of Nocturna, which is Soliet's book that she kind of carries around with her everywhere. This is the book that she was using to cast sleep and sleep paralysis on Marth. And so he knows it's a very powerful book. And he's like, hey, I don't even think I can use magic, but I'm going to try. And so he gets the Book of Naterna, and he begins using it. But before we get to that, that is the end of Season 1. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions about Season 1 at all? I will state, I know I said it a little bit earlier, the country that Marth is from is named Petovia, and the country that invaded them is called Mechalite. It is called Mechalite. But I don't see any questions in the chat. I don't believe we have any questions, so I'll continue. Show Marths and Sword Giant. Oh, yeah, absolutely, I got you. Let me just, you know... By the way, I went back through Narcos VOD there for Hoonie Pop, and yeah, yep, there's legitimately just like, he never deleted the video. It's just like a cream pie. Or rather, it's not even a cream pie, it's like somebody pleasuring themselves. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, why didn't you try to get rid of that? But it's never gotten taken down, he's never gotten a strike for it. It's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, back on topic. That is Season 1. Does anybody have any questions whatsoever about Season 1? I tried to wait like 15 minutes for people to come in. If you guys missed Season 1 on the recap side, I do apologize, but I'll probably keep on moving. And I think we are good. All right. Which adventurer were you trying to kill in Season 1? Realistically, I wasn't really trying to kill anybody in Season 1. The way the game shows worked were that there was 4 monsters. The first monster was supposed to be very easy. So, like, it would ask you a question. If you got it wrong, you had to fight it. But the first monster is super easy. If you miss a question on that one, you're probably going to kill it in 1 or 2 shots. And then it kind of progressively gets harder and harder until the point where you get to like the 4th monster, and it's like, don't be alone fighting this thing. So I wasn't really trying to kill anybody. Although there was kind of a stipulation set up where the monsters that A, escaped, or B, were able to defeat an entire party were the monsters that were going to be Marth's, like, bastions. I think I was using the word for him. These are the monsters that ended up being, like, happy memories for Marth that he retained and held on to. So these were, like, the 4 people that joined him in the final fight. Without those, it would have been really difficult. But yeah, I don't, you know, every time System Freeze comes out of the game show now, you know, he just attempts to get rid of himself. Haunted just attempts to get rid of himself, so I don't really even have to do anything. People are so chaotic in these game shows that they just kind of naturally set themselves up to die. More general question, how did you figure out, or what was your process for weaving in those Marth's Dungeon game show episodes into the plots? Oh, for Season 2? So, for Season 1, I had this planned and plotted out since the very beginning, which I am very proud of. I didn't have the entire story of where I wanted it to progress for Season 2, but I had a general idea of what I wanted. I was like, yeah, I want this person's country, after a 50-year slumber, to be completely devastated and destroyed, and for like them to have to go on a journey for revenge. So for Season 1, all the episodes are game show episodes, and they all have little tiny tidbits of lore built into them. Small little things that nobody other than really probably myself would have realized and acknowledged, but because they were there, I'm like, okay, this is good continuity. So what was I gonna say? they're all based around the lore of season 1. All has like lore built into the game shows. With season 2, the only time that there's ever a game show episode is when Marth has to use the Book of Naterna to put down an enemy that's a little bit too strong for everybody, right? Like there was, I'll get to it later in the season, as I'm talking about it in the recap. But in season 2, for example, there was an army of goblins that went to go raid the castle. And Marth and Max are alone in this castle. The rest of the party is out, like, doing their own adventure. There's like a 9-year-old girl. She's either 7 or 9, Penelope, who's in the castle. And it's just these two guys. There's no way they can stop this horde of goblins. So Marth has to use the Book of Naterna to put them to sleep. And that's a game show episode right there. Anytime there's sleep and Marth involved, it's a game show episode. So I originally thought I was going to be doing like campaign episode, game show episode, campaign episode, game show episode. But the campaign episodes, take so long to get through to be able to get to a point where the game show episode would happen that I was like, wait, no, I was completely wrong. Pivot going through several individual game show episodes. Yeah, Pivot was even in some of the game shows. Poor Pivot. His toenails being ripped off. You're really calling Dead Freeze trying to give me a fucking ghost lobotomy chaotic? Really? Bro, that is still to my day. That and Yang cheating are two of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. I was dead belly laughing. Like, it was bad. But, okay, so start of season 2. The start of season 2 begins in Soliet Castle. This is what Soliet Castle originally looks like. It's very, and this was originally Sen's castle where Marth, lived, and his father lived, the king. It looks disheveled, broken down. Soliet has done a number on it. But it is the only thing that is standing in Sens, the capital city, is this one just giant erected tower. And so, Soliet, she's dead. Let me make her red here. If I can. Is it gonna let me? Very red. She's very dead. She's been stabbed through the throat, by this knife in particular. And Marth, gets up from his bed. And it just, trying to get used to everything in his surroundings, begins looking through everything. And he's like, everything's so foreign to me. But we have to, figure out what we're going to do, Maxwell. And Max is like, oh man, I don't really want to have to do that, but okay, I'll help you if I have to. As they're having a discussion with one another, a girl, let me grab my notes. A girl by the name of Alice hops through the window here. She kind of just mysteriously shows up as the two of them are just chatting. And she doesn't really say much. She doesn't introduce herself. She's just like, yo, I'm just hopping in. Woo, window woman. Yeah, her great grand entry is through a window. But she just shows up. She doesn't, announce who she is. She literally explains nothing about her character, and it's great. It's so to Alice when she does this. And as she shows up, there's a couple of Mechalite guards that show up. Let me go back into my notes. Were they under Mechalite or Soviets? I think they were Mechalite guards. Mechalite. Yep. Mechalite soldier. These are like the OG tokens, man. A couple of Soliet's guards show up at the door because they hear, something happening. They're like, oh, shoot. Like, are you okay, ma'am? They knock on the door. I believe, I want to state it correctly, but I think Maxwell pretends to be a woman. And Alice goes to hide. Marth goes down onto the bed. Oh, no. Yeah, he does pretend to be a woman. Because he opens up the door slightly, and Marth, moves Soliet under the bed. And so, Max is behind the door pretending to be Soliet. Marth is pretending to be dead on the bed here. And he's like, yeah, everything's fine, guys, like, don't worry about it. And so the guards, I don't remember if they bought it or not. I think do they buy it or not? I think that they end up realizing that she's, oh, no. Maxwell, I think, tells the truth that something bad happened to her. And he's like, yeah, you got to send help. And so the guards kind of go downstairs and start rallying the forces that be. And the orders, now that something has happened to Solyet, is kill them all. Like, they give the direct order from the head down to kill everybody that is, not loyal to Solyet inside the castle. And so Marth gets up. These three go downstairs. This guy's all the way down here by now. And they hear some fighting happening from the forge area. And as they kind of go over and around the forge area, which is still to this day one of the most badass entries ever, you see Thames inside his forge. He's fighting two Mechalite guards by himself. He kills one of them, and then he grabs another one and stuffs his head in the forge and burns him to death. Manhandles them by himself. Like, Marth kind of turns the corner. He's like, yeah, do you need any help? And he's like, no, I'm good. Thames introduces himself as the blacksmith of the castle. This is his job. He was enslaved. He was enslaved for what has been, I believe, 150 years plus inside Solyet's dungeon. He is a Turliad. These Turliads have the opportunity to live for this really, really long period of time, but never have like a really, really good quality of life. So they meet Thames, and this is just kind of like, this all played out like a session zero, in a sense that, like, this is the introduction for all the characters. And they're all just kind of like tossed right into it. You know what I mean? Every single one of these characters were put right into the action, which is super, super dope. But yeah, they end up, Maxwell goes to sit on the throne for some reason. He gets himself locked in the chair. Everybody laughs at him. And, yeah, there he is, stuck in the chair. And these three begin exploring the rest of the castle. As they make their way down here, they hear, did they go to the dungeon first, or did they go to the cafeteria? I am going to spend a little bit more time on this episode in particular, because it's like the tee up for everything in season 2. I want to say, yeah, they went to the dungeon first. They definitely went to the dungeon first. They go into the dungeon because they hear singing. And as they come down to the very end of the dungeon, they meet a man by the name of Look Down. He is sitting in his cell, still behind bars. And there's, nobody singing in sight. They kind of show up, and Thames, very much so knows who Look Down is. He's never really kind of seen or spent time with him in the castle for sure, but he knows of Look Down being in here. And Marth kind of goes up and asks him what his name is. Like, he's very, very to himself, very quiet. And as soon as somebody says the words "Look Down," he looks down to the ground. This is how he got his name, is guards and people that would torture him would go up to his cell and say, "Look down," and he would look down. So he believes this to be his name. He's been here for his entire life. That is the basis of his character. They let Look Down free, and it's a very odd feeling to Look Down, because he's never been let, just free. Like, he's always been, like, chained if he's going to the cafeteria even, but he spends his time being tortured on, inside his cell, and in the cafeteria. And that is his life. So having this kind of freedom just is insane for him. And so there's a couple of rats, I remember, inside the cells, just off to the left here. Right over here. And they end up fighting the rats, getting a little bit of experience. And they make their way to meet the last party member. Who is... Meet the last party member, who is Mr. Pivot. Notes. Pivot. I should have grabbed some water. I'm spitting hot fire right now. Oh, I do have the old token for Pivot. Let's go. This is Pivot's old token. So Pivot's in the cafeteria. And the guards are here, essentially trying to kill him. And Thames, as well as Marth. Alice is an intruder, so she's definitely on the kill list. The only one who's potentially probably not is Maxwell, because he's been here several times, and they know him to be kind of a Soviet faithful. And so they end up fighting these guards, beating the guards, and Pivot serves as Soviet's apprentice. He has also been enslaved here for quite some time. If you can see the trace of how everything is kind of working into one another. Everybody is enslaved here, except Alice. She has a habit of doing that. It's crazy. But Pivot kind of served as the right-hand man to Solia. So he had a lot more leeway, a lot more freedom. He learned a lot of the craft through Soviet. He's magically gifted. He's a sorcerer. And his main position at the castle is to torture people. He is the resident experimenter. He tortures people and experiments on them, gives the results to Soviet. We'll learn about more of the experiments as we go on. However, they all end up grouping up. They kill these soldiers in quite a brutal way, and they all make their way back up into the main throne room. Maxwell's still tied up, and they have to fight the butler, who is up here, Mr. Butler Gray, alongside quite a few Mechalite soldiers. They end up fighting, I think it's like four soldiers and Gray. And Thames once again goes for a very brutal kill where he, I think, spikes Gray's head on one of these braziers. And it's pretty brutal. And he uses him as a human shield, too. But after this fight takes place, Marth asks the party, he says, hey, like, you don't need to do this, but we're all under kind of a similar circumstance in situation. We could all benefit from each other's help. Would you join me in a journey to get revenge? And, everybody has their own individual kind of goals set up that they were never thinking that they probably would realistically get. Like, Thames probably thought he was here for the rest of his life. I'm sure Pivot probably did too. Lookdown didn't really know the difference. Like, he spent his entire life in here. And Alice kind of is just like, yeah, sure, why not? Alice was the one person that's like, yeah, sure. And Maxwell, who's over here, is like, oh, I don't really want to do this. And he goes over to the door, and Marth's like, well, you don't actually have, like, a choice, Max. You're the only one who doesn't have a choice. So they all agree to help one another, essentially, with their own goals, which for most of them is to get revenge. Because there's nothing left of this country. To their knowledge, at the very least. So that is the introductory episode to Season 2. Do you guys have any questions whatsoever? Any questions? The best boy? Max was strapped to the throne. Yeah, Maxwell was strapped down to the throne. And it was really, really funny because there was two Mechalite guards that were directly on top of him. That were swinging their swords, but most of them were like nat 1-ing. I think there was like 3 nat 1s that they rolled trying to hit Maxwell. It was ridiculous. Which character were you the most excited to introduce in the episode? I want to say that the most worried I was when Alice was introduced, specifically because it was the first person and there was not very much like a basis for her to be introduced in. Like Thames was like in his forge fighting people. Lookdown was in the dungeon with like the creepy vibes going. She just shows up through a window. So I was nervous about that, but she did a great job. The one I was most excited about was Lookdown, for sure, because of the singing and the mystique to it. And I really, really wanted to see how Josh would play that character. Which character is the most likely to end up in a romantic relationship with Marth Facilmans? Maxwell. Maxwell acts as his right-hand man. And, like, will do anything for Marth. Like, these two guys love each other. But yeah, that is the end of the first episode for season 2. What happens in the next episode and going forward is Marth kind of gathers everybody up, and he's like, hey, if we're going to be doing this, we need to get provisions. We are going to, like, starve ourselves if we do not have food, because there's a little bit of food in the castle, but it is not enough to be able to, like, you know, just go on a full expedition. So he's like, we need to get resources. Let's head to Verlight Gardens. In Verlight Gardens is the botanical gardens that is pretty much right directly next to Sen's. It's really, really, like, it's even, you can walk there. It's very close. And it was known kind of back in the day before the 50-year kind of event unfolded, or the Great Reset, as it's called. It was known to be like the most beautiful botanical garden inside Patovia. So people like flocked to it. It was a massive tourist trap. And Marth's like, with a little bit of hope, like I hold out hope that, you know, maybe there'll be food here. So let me bring us over to Verlight Gardens, okay? This was the first arc of season 2. Oh, dude, I can go through all the stuff that didn't happen, too. This is so exciting. Are you serious? This is so exciting. You do strike me as a Maxwell guy. Oh, God. Kiss me on my hot lips. Hi, Heirloom. Hello, 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 hello. Let's see. Oh, there's a single missing asset. What the? Bigot! Pippin's huge! Alright, let me scroll out for everybody that's in the shorts. I'm gonna scroll out for everybody that's in the shorts. Hopefully this gives you a good enough view. So, Verlight Garden, let me turn it to daytime. It's beautiful at night, but I'll turn it to day. They travel to Verlight Garden. Marth uses the Book of Naterna, Soliet's book, to cast a levitation spell to levitate the castle to this area. And so the castle is the main hub for the entirety of Season 2. It's great. I love it. It's super memorable. Everybody has their own individual rooms and areas, so I love the castle. I think it's a great hub. But yeah, they use the castle to levitate over here to get supplies. And the first thing that they notice as they kind of show up here is that this place is in pretty pristine condition. The capital Sens. What did I just join the stream to? What's up, Ace? So once they leave the capital Sens is leveled. It's completely destroyed. Only Soliet Castle remained in the wreckage of this city. However, when they show up at Verlight Gardens, they're kind of in awe by how well taken care of it is. You can see that the grass is mowed. Like, you know, some of the houses are caved in. This one's in perfectly great condition. There's clothes on the clothesline. There's a garden growing. And, like, everything's just been very well taken care of. However, as the party shows up, let me grab everybody here. We'll leave Pivot this size. I don't really know why he's going to be so massive. It's so funny. As the party shows up here, they notice that the only person that they can see is a child. Like an 11-year-old child. And she seems to just be doing her, like, regular duties. She was, like, out kind of just, like, gardening. And as she sees the party, she gets very panicked because, A, Thames is the last of his race. He's a Turliad. And he is, like, 8 foot tall, a giant fucking turtle man, okay? Thames is horrifying to anybody that hasn't been alive for more than 50 years to know that the Turliad, or who the Turliads are. So she sees, as an 11-year-old child, Thames, and she immediately tries to run back inside her house. And as they see her kind of do this, they convince her to come outside. They're like, hey, we're not monsters. It's okay. Like, you can come out and hang out with us. We'll just talk. We want to know what's going on here. Pivot on his Cho'Gath arc. Yeah, actually, though. They're like, we just want to know what's going on here. And we've come for resources. Like, we could really use your help. They do a good job at convincing her of coming outside. So she does so. And, you know, just like any normal person would do, they try to calm down, or I should say Alice tries to calm down the child by going behind her and grabbing her and restraining her. She legitimately goes behind her, grabs her like this from both her arms, and holds her like this. And she's screaming and crying. She's like, I knew you were monsters. You've come to hurt me. And Alice is like, no, we're not here to hurt you. Are you dumb? But this child is legitimately freaking out because she thinks she's going to get abducted. And so once they manage to calm her down, she sees that Thames isn't a monster. And that they're not actually there to harm her. Because if they were, they would have already done it. They're trying to gain her trust. And so she explains and introduces herself as Colette. And she's Colette Stippins. She says that she's been taking care of the she's been taking care of the gardens in Verlight for a very, very long time. She's like, you know, ever since... actually, she doesn't go into detail. I'm surprised they didn't press her about this. She says she's been taking care of the gardens. And that her grandfather was abducted by monsters. And every single night, the monsters come out and knock on her house and try to get to her. But she locks the doors and secures everything. I base this marginally off of Majora's Mask with the girl and her grandfather, because it is one of the creepiest, most unsettling settings. And I loved it. So I was like, you know what? This is a perfect inspiration for this. Makes sense to me. Seems logical. Yeah, you know, just grab the child from behind, and I'm sure it'll calm the child down. But she explains that there's monsters every single night that are trying to get into her house, and that she's terrified. She's like, please, help me to deal with these monsters. And if you can do that, like, I'll give you all the resources you need. Like, I can't eat all this. And so, they kind of get to know her, and she makes them sandwiches, look down Thames, everybody kind of, Maxwell takes a bath because he's stinky. Look down is caked in 50 years of mud and metal and filth from the dungeons. This man's never taken a shower. So he washes himself off in the well, and he kind of gets to see all of the damage that's been done to his body throughout the years, through the scars, as he's taking off his dead skin and plopping it in the well. It's really, really unsettling. One thing to note is that on the clothesline, she's actively washing her grandfather's clothes. She's actively washing her grandfather's clothes. So these were up here the entire time. And so as these guys are like outside, Maxwell is inside. He takes a bath, and as he's kind of like buck-ass naked, he puts his underwear on, he's sopping wet. He notices that the door that was originally locked opens up, and Maxwell's like, oh my god, what the fuck, man? And so he goes to go through there, and it's been like frozen in time. It's like a really, really old study that's been like, you can tell that it's been locked up. There's dust everywhere, but inside there's like clean clothes that are being taken care of inside the wardrobe, and Maxwell begins to read the grandfather's stuff. He has like a diary set up, and the grandfather's diary states that there was, let me give you the visual for it. It goes through a couple of different entries. One of them says that there's a monster inside the maze that he's trained personally to deal with any intruders that are malicious. And then there's also an entry on Belle Verlites. This is what Belle Verlite looks like. She's a Herbetian. Herbetians are plant people. They can be a shrub. They can be a tree. They can be a cactus. They have a very, very large range of what they can actually be. The diary entry explains that Belle Verlite came to Verlite Gardens, and she was alone. She didn't have any family. She was just like a missing child. She was super, super young, and she was very pleasant, like a complete sweetie. And he's like, hey, you can stay here in the gardens. You know, as long as like you help out in the gardens, like everything's okay. You can stay with us. The supervisor of the grandfather who owns Verlite Gardens found out about a Herbetian living inside the forest at his botanical gardens, and he has a absolute fit about it. He's like, hey, you can't do that. Like, unacceptable. Herbetians are very much so the boogeymen of all human-like creatures. They're called nickel creatures. They're everything with a soul. Anything nickel knows Herbetians to be very creepy, because they have this connotation with them that they are cannibals and they eat people, and a lot of them do. Not like I wouldn't say a majority of them actually eat people, but there's enough Herbetians out there that are cannibalistic and eat people, so they're very creepy. I'm gonna fuck that plant lady. Chill. We love contaminating. Well, I think Maxwell saw the door open, went to grab Thames and pivoted. No, he originally went in there, if you remember, sopping wet, because he read the diary entry, and then Colette found him, and she was like, oh my god, get the fuck out, what are you doing? You're naked! And she sent him back to the castle. And then Pivot and Thames asked afterwards if they could go do the studying inside the study. What if she's made of poison ivy? Ugh. A sword that has not been shaped and warped by its foes is a sword that's abandoned. Jesus Christ. You guys are unhinged. The diary entry, speaks about Belle, and the grandfather's supervisor says, hey, she's got to go. But the grandfather doesn't have the heart to do it. He says, no, Belle's like really sweet. She's very helpful. She's good with people. Like when she was hanging out in the garden, she was doing puppet shows for people inside the gardens, and they loved them. Like she was like a near and dear part of Verlite. And so he's like, I don't have the heart for it. You can live here, just live in the forest, and like be good. Don't, try to bring any attention to yourself. Well, the supervisor ends up still finding out. And this isn't written in the diary. They find this out later. But ultimately what happens is the supervisor goes to the headmaster's house, the grandfather, and he's like, bro, like, I warned you. Like, this is all your fault. Like, I told you that she needed to be gone, and she's not. You're fired. And he poisons his granddaughter. The supervisor poisons his granddaughter, which was going to kill her. This is all happening at the time of the Great Reset. chaos infects Belverlight, and she starts to kind of change. She never used to look like this. She used to look much, much normal, or more normal. But she altered into this kind of hideous monster. And she kind of loses her mind. But she still has a very, very strong protective want of the grandfather and the granddaughter. And so, she, as a monster, goes in and stings the granddaughter with a, what are they called? Phalid beetles. I'm surprised I remember all these things. This is crazy. She stings her with the phalid beetles, and it paralyzes her. It pretty much puts her in a comatose state in which nothing is happening in her body. It's like being cryogenically frozen, then taken out like 50 years later, essentially. So, Belle's gained this new power to be able to puppet people. So what she does is she hits the little girl with paralysis, Colette, and then uses her and puppets her to get people into Verlight Gardens. And the whole basis for it is, let me open up the map for it. Let me open up the map. Where's the forest? Verlight Forest. What did I have it set as? Did I have it set as this? I did. Here we go. So yeah, Belle ends up using her chaotic powers of puppeteering to puppeteer Colette, as well as a bunch of dead bodies, to pretend that they were essentially alive, and to try to draw people into Verlight so she could harvest them. The reason that she needs to harvest them is there's something called the... Oh god, what is it called? What is it called? Shoot, why can't I remember this tree's name? I was doing so well! I let you harvest me any day. Thank you. Wait, no. Strike that. This tree kind of acts as a... Oh god, what is it called? It's gonna bother me so much. This tree can only grow from blood. It needs blood in order to grow. That's why you see it kind of covered in blood at the very bottom. Very Creepy Hollows esque. And so it grows from blood. Sorrow root. Yes, the sorrow root tree. Thank you. It was gonna bother me so much. It needs people's blood. It can have animal blood as well, but anything with a soul, like hypercharges this tree, and lets it grow. And as it gets to its full maturity, it creates an antidote. And so she needs this antidote in order to save Colette, who's still in paralysis. She's been here for like 50 years. The party kind of finds out about this, and they're like, what is wrong with you? You're harvesting people. There's something deeply, deeply wrong with you. And so they force her to let go of Colette after she gives Colette the antidote to heal her. She lets go of Colette, and Colette sees how badly altered Belle Verlight is, and she's like, hey, you know what? You never were like this. This tree was never here. And it's clearly, like, changed you. So she goes and takes a hatchet and cuts down the tree. And as the tree gets cut down, it releases the chaos from Belle Verlight, and she dies. She's not healed in time, and she just kind of dies. That is Verlight Gardens. At least with the party. While all this is happening, Marth has to fend off the castle against a bunch of goblins, who are, like, the Blue Sparrows. It's some of these guys. The party also ran into some of them, but Marth had to fend off like 100 goblins from getting inside the castle during a game show. But that's Verlight. They're able to get all the resources that they need, and they bring them back to Solyet Castle. The important part about the game show episode that kind of happens when Marth has to deal with those goblins. Oh wait, no, it was actually like the first episode, wasn't it? It was the first game show episode. Roll back a little bit. There was a game show episode that happened after the first episode. There was a bunch of jailers that showed up to the castle. Let me open up the castle map. Give you a good visualization of it. There was a bunch of jailers that showed up to the castle. Load, baby. One of them was Brunswick. One of them was Lalo. One of them was Freeze. Who was the last one? Oh, Bowtie. Yeah. It was Bowtie, Freeze, Brunswick, and Lalo. These jailers showed up with a young girl by the name of Penelope. Let me grab the jailers quick here, just to give you the visualization. This was Brunswick's character. And then I need Sans. Where's Sans at? Here's Sans. And then, what was Sans' brother's name? Oh, God, why can't I remember his name? Because I think it's under that, and I don't think it's under Bofa. No, it is under Bofades. And then Lalo's character was here as well, but he didn't actually get a token. He got like a mud creature. Let me see if I can find the mud monster. Here it is. This was Lalo's token. These guys show up here with Penelope, who is a like 9-year-old girl. And they're just on like a regular prison run. They bring prisoners from Bilms who don't have any potential and bring them to Solyet Castle, drop them off to Solyet, and then they get paid. This is the first game show episode that happens. Marth puts them to sleep and then kind of interrogates them. Penelope is saved, and these guys are locked up. 2 of them end up dying. So these two... wait, no, who was it? Yes, these were the only 2 that were left. It was Sans and Javier. They're being interrogated by Marth. And Marth is like, where are these children coming from that you're trading for gold as prisoners? And they explain that it's Bilms. Bilms is the city of knowledge in Pitovia. It is where Bilms University is, or was rather, which was where, it was like a prestigious school that everybody wanted to go to in Pitovia for like higher learning. And so they explain that it's no longer like that. The university has been taken over. The city's been taken over. It's still in good shape. But Mechalite kind of runs the command for it now. They have a giant encampment in the center of the city, and they're human trafficking children as prisoners to essentially harvest their souls. If they don't have potential, they go to Solyet, and their souls are stripped from them. If they have potential, they are integrated into their own army and brought up from birth just like that. So Marth's like, hey, that's fucked up. Let's go to Bilms and let's liberate it. Like, if there's still, a city that's still standing in Pitovia, I, as the prince of Pitovia, owe it to the people to, liberate them, to save them from, Mechalite. So, let me grab all these tokens. They go to Bilms. Maps, open map. Bilms. Oh, I'll put on the music too for all the areas. It'll be so exciting. Oh my god. Did someone say freedom? Yay! I love oil. Unfortunately, there's no oil in Bilms, but... Also, do you guys have any questions? Any questions at all? Any questions whatsoever? Keen, when are we getting offshore rigging in Marth's dungeon? They would have to go to a certain country for that, but, you know, it is possible. It's possible. It'd be pretty fucked up, though. Also, Varathi, did you want to hop and call? And go through all the stuff? Oh, Tori just sent me a bunch of tokens. Perfect. The, like I said before, the mid-season is starting up tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. So all you guys who are just hopping in here, we're doing a recap of everything so you guys can be fully caught up for the story once the mid-season starts at 8 p.m. tomorrow. This is Bilms here. Right now, hell diving. Oh, no problem. No problem. This here is Bilms, the city of knowledge. In the center of Bilms, you have an encampment. This is where all the Mechalite soldiers were. There was hundreds and hundreds of them stationed here. Let me get rid of the fog of war. There we go. So the entire plan for Bilms, which was really, really cool to see the players execute, was these two were allowed to live. These two jailers were allowed to live as long as they snuck them into the encampment that evening. So they had to bring them all the way over to the wall here and get them past this wall that exists as a barrier between the city and the encampment. They needed to sneak them in at night so they can take care of everybody. Things don't go that easy. They show up to Bilms, and oh man, there's a lot. The plan is to, at night, I think it was like at 8 p.m. or so, to show up, and they're going to be there at the door to let them in. And in the meantime, they're like, hey, you know, we have time, let's do some preparations, but let's also keep a very low cover. You should play the Bilms theme. There was a really talented musician who played on it. You're damn right there was. Also, Ace helped out with a lot of this music, so massive thanks to Ace for all his participation in these tracks. Let me put this on here. I'm dying. Alright. So they show up in Bilms. They're like, hey, we have a little bit of time. Let's kind of try to stick to the tavern here. But, like, if we need to do our own individual things, just keep a very low profile. Look down immediately, who's never been in an open area in his entire life. The first time was in Verlight. He has freedom to do whatever he wants. He hears this and he's like, oh, bet, I'm gonna go out into town and see what life is actually supposed to be like. So he goes out into town. He gets hit on by a lady here. It makes a very funny interaction where he says, I don't know, a bunch of times. You know, casual look down Riz. And then he shows up at this lake here, gets mistaken, I think, for her son. And he's like, I don't know who you are. Pivot, who's kind of freaking out and trying to keep everything in line. You'll find that it is a theme, by the way, that Pivot tries to keep everything in line. He is like, Thames here is the, you know, party's dad. Pivot is like the caretaker of the entire party. He tries to keep everything in line. He's the glue to the party. He's like, oh shit, where did this prisoner, you know, that has never been outside, where is he? He's gonna blow our cover. He goes looking for him, finds Lookdown. People think that Lookdown is being, being kidnapped. but like it doesn't cause too much attention. The people who like think that he's being kidnapped is this old lady, and she's kind of like the crazy old lady of the town, so people don't really pay that much mind to it. As that's happening, Marth goes into the Patovian National Library to go see an old friend. Let me, oops. Let me loop the theme. For some reason, it's not on loop. Marth goes to see an old friend. Patovian National Library, as they do have time. Ba-da-bum, boom, boom. Marth shows up at the library. This looks a little bit different. On the floor in the library, in blood, spells out "Your Hope," and it has a bunch of blood splotches, and it leads to the main desk. At the main desk, there is a. Let me grab him actually. Where is he? Vesuvius is his name. He's the headmaster of the library. Vesuvius. I don't see him in here. Is he under headmaster? Yeah, he is. Okay. Headmaster Vesuvius. Marth shows up here, sees "Your Hope" written in blood on the ground, and he goes in to see his childhood friend nailed to the floorboards and chained, so his arms are kind of just outright. He can't move. He has a hex that's been casted on him, and it's pretty bad. He hasn't had like water in a really long time. He's emaciated, and he's a Scalecoat. Scalecoats are descendants of dragons. If you need to know what Scalecoats are, they're like humanoid versions of dragons. The equivalent of what maybe a dragonborn would be kind of like in D&D. Marth comes across him, and he's like, "This is awful, what happened?" And he says, "Niall, who's the goddess of order, came into Bilms and kind of took it over, killed pretty much everybody, and made an example of him, and nailed him down to the floorboards of the Patovian National Library. She burnt all the books that were inside the library, destroyed the history of the city, and has stationed a bunch of Mechalite soldiers in the encampment." And Marth's like, "That's terrible, bro. Like, I'm so sorry to hear that. This is like one of his best friends. Ever since he was like, really, really young, he would always come to the library to pick out books on, like Patovian history." Why is it not repeating? It's being so cringe. I don't know. Being a bit odd. It's not repeating. So yeah, Marth meets Vesuvius here, and he says, "Listen, we'll get you out of here, like at whatever the cost." They do manage to get Vesuvius out of here in the end. It costs him having his limbs cut off, and it's pretty bad, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he barely survives this. And Pivot does as good of a job as possible to kind of mend him back into health. He doesn't have use of his limbs, really. But it's better than being nailed down to the ground for the rest of your life. His feet are maimed and his hands are sawn off. Yeah, it was really bad. It was some actual Saw shit. But they do manage to free him. Come nighttime, we'll get to Vesuvius later. But come nighttime, we're gonna open up the Bilms map once more. I'm just trying to give you like the TLDR on the areas here, so I'm not streaming for like 18 hours. Can't wait to rewatch most of this. Hey, let's go. What's up, Lalo? Lalo's repping us from the short speed, baby. Let's go. Exciting. Pivot reattaches them and tries to restore some of the functions, which he's able to do with the... I think he was able to do it with the hands, because the hands had just been detached. But the feet were so... just for so many years, so hideously maimed, like you said, that, like... there was just nothing they could really do. So they did put him in a wheelchair. Come nighttime, chat. Come nighttime. The party... Ooh, I didn't save the tokens. Rip. The party shows up at the wall, expecting it to be open for them. Look down. Where's Mr. El Doozy? Mr. Look Down. And pivot. Thames. Bibid. And who's last? Alice. There we go. Alice is the easy one because she's a... 2 versions? Yeah, bro! We're in the regular YouTube section, and we're in the lives, or we're in the shorts tab as well. I found there's a way to multi-stream to both at the same time. It's super cool. I just know that this is gonna be it. Like, I know this is gonna be it, baby. I'll show you whenever we get the chance to like sit down. I would definitely recommend it. It's super, super cool. It's hard to get like a hold of at first and used to, but once you're able to do it, it's so freaking cool. Let's see. So they show up at night at the wall here, and there's nobody there to let them in. They're like, hey, you know, maybe they're just not here yet. Maybe they got like held up. We'll wait a little extra time. They never show up. And there's a guard that's kind of actively patrolling the top of the wall here, so they're trying to be very, very stealthy. They end up going up and killing the guard. Hopping up on top of the wall, killing the guard. Getting through to the other side. And once again, the prison, the jailers are nowhere to be found. And so they're like, yeah, that's really bizarre. There's got to be something that's wrong. So Marth's like, hey, this is the plan. They set up like a 3-phased plan, and this was so cool when they executed this. So cool. Let's see. It was Marth and Maxwell. Marth here, and Max, who's not on the map here. Let me grab him. They are going to go deal with the encampment. The big portion of people that are all held up in the encampment. Marth's like, I'll put them to sleep. They have like a game show episode for it. And while this is happening, Thames and Look Down, Martha's like, I heard that the university has been turned into a church of chaos. I need you to go investigate it. I need you to try to find the children that are being held here. And if you're able to find them, we need to free them. So these two are off to investigate the Chaos Church. And last but not least, and this is so great, dude, there's a dinner party at a mansion that's happening this evening. And they got 2 invitations to the event, Pivid and Alice did. And so they have to go to the dinner party undercover and investigate the Captain Rel, what they're doing here, what their plans are. It's so dope. Hello, I'm back again after my brief stream cameo of stealing a dish and some hot chocolate. Hey, let's go hot cocoa, baby. So they all go off on their individual missions. Marth and Max, without a hitch, they're able to take everything in the encampment here. They put them to sleep. There's a game show episode that happens. And these people are freaking crazy out of their minds. Then it went to Thames and Look Down. They went to the Chaos Church. Dude, it was wild. They show up to the Chaos Church during a sermon. And during the sermon, they're performing all of the scripture readings, which includes sacrifice. It includes maybe a little bit of sexual, inappropriate, bad stuff. But yeah, they're there for the sermon, and it's all being acted out as it's kind of being read. And they meet up with the Archbishop, whose name is Redekith. They meet up with him, Archbishop Redekith, who looks super dope. Dude, tell me that this guy doesn't look like a Southern Baptist church, like, I'll say, and then Father, where is he? Father Victor, who looks like the absolute most evil man that's ever existed. Sex? Yep, there was. It's true, chat. There was sex in Marth's dungeon. You can't deny it. It happened. It was terrible. Nobody liked it. But they meet up with Father Victor right here, and Archbishop Redekith. And Redekith takes a liking to Thames. He's like, oh, like, you're kind of fucked up. That's perfect with chaos. Like, you know, do you want to see, like, my experimentations that I'm doing? And Thames was like, I would love that. Like, that would be really great, dude. And he kind of pretends to have Look Down as his, like, pet, essentially. It's pretty wild. So, Redekith kind of falling for it, brings him to his private laboratory. Sex is canonical in Marth's dungeon. I'm gonna fuck the plant lady. No one can stop me. Oh no, brother. What the fuck? Let's see. Where's Redekith's research? What was it called? I think it was called Bilm's Unilabs. Yep. This is all burnt, by the way, because yeah, it'll be explained in the story. Best compliment to receive. You're kind of fucked up. Isn't that so sexy? Isn't that such a nice thing? What happened to the music, man? Why does it keep going out? Maybe it's on repeat now, hopefully. So yeah. They show up at the lab and they get to see all the various experiments that the Archbishop is performing. One of them was with fish. He was attempting to, what was it? What was he doing with the fish? But all these experiments are really, really messed up. A lot of, like, torture, fighting, starving rats. Like, these rats would perform against one another, and the rats that performed better were the ones that got fed. And he's like, but yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg of what we're doing at these labs. Let me bring you downstairs. They go downstairs. Oh boy. Oh boy. This wasn't here. Here we go. This is what it looked like. And, what happened to the Elephant? Why is he so opaque? Mr. Elephant. They come down here and see a elephant chained up and a bunch of children at each kind of corner here. This is where a lot of these fell goblin children are being held. And so immediately Thames sees this and he's insanely disgusted. And Redekith is like, dude, this is revolutionary research. We're experimenting on fell goblins because fell goblins have a very unique gene. Fell goblins, by design, if they breed with something, they immediately make a fell goblin. They can breed with anything and everything. So Pivot's mom, for example, ended up having a husband who was a fox. You know, it just happens. This is fantasy universe. We got furries here. It kind of is what it is, okay? I'm gonna fuck it. No. And so he's like, hey, fell goblins have an incredibly unique gene that lets them reproduce with any nickel creature. We can solve a lot of genetic issues that exist today should we actually go through these experiments? And he goes on to explain that the Helephant, when it mixes up genetically with a Fell Goblin, it has the capability to cure the Fell Goblin curse. He's like, it's incredible. And he's like, hey, this will be a way that we can bring Turliads back too. We can essentially like mass clone like Turliads. And Thames is like all sick of this. At this point, Thames just wants to kill him. Lookdown kind of does too. He realizes that this dude's evil. They end up fighting the Archbishop and the Father here, and it was a very close fight because the Father teleported over here. Actually, I think it was this one. He pulled the lever and lava started coming out of the metal grates here. So the children who were still in the corners had to be carried out and tossed on top of the elevator. And they were trying to get the elevator up as fast as possible to get the children out. Thames, who was on fire, ended up like killing the Father. It was so dope. Like, this fight was so close and so dope. But they managed to save all the children. Pivot, you are half furry. Disgusting. What the heck, man? What the heck? So yeah, they end up saving the children. All is kind of well. And as they exit back into Bilms, they had a code word in case if something went wrong. And the code word was look up. And so as they make their way out of the burning building, Thames and Lookdown, they hear a woman scream, look up, from the direction of the the mansion, which is where Pivot and Alice went for the party. And so it's a pretty bad sign. They're like, oh shit, okay, we need to get there pronto. Scrolling. So as all of the stuff is happening with Lookdown and Thames, Pivot turns into a fox and gives hugs every time he heals. Like, it's great, dude. It's actually adorable. As Lookdown and Thames are dealing with the Chaos Church, lastly, these two show up for the party. And dude, to this day, these episodes are some of my favorite. I love the party episode. The fact that they had to go undercover, the fact that Jeeves the butler was just like a drunkard who was taken, and he was like, my lady is just so kind to me ever since I had to leave my original lord. Worst part of my life. It made great content. Let me open up the map for it. Where is it? Bilms Mansion. This place came out great too. I'm really happy with it. Motherfuckers like Pivot really be tough as hell till they start healing people and become all ooh. Oh no. Also, thank you for the hearts, chat. Appreciate it. I'm also at the moment like choking on a hair. I'm just dying actively. I should probably get some water, but you know. Pivot's a furry, has bad taste in women, always back to work. Jesus. Bad taste in women. I don't know. I don't know there. Let's see. Where's the mansion? Let me play the mansion theme here. It's precious but paper thin. Shoelace my heart, tie me right in. So they show up to the mansion. And they're in like their ball outfit, and Pivot has like a really nice kind of jacket on. They show up here. None of these guys are here, by the way. This is afterwards. Where is it? Where's Captain Rel? Captain Rel. has a thing for Pivot. She sees Pivot show up to the event, and it was supposed to be Solia, the witch, who showed up here to give them a progress report on a project that was happening. But instead, Pivot, as the right-hand man, shows up, and Captain Rel is thrilled. She's like, oh man, like, I love Pivot. I need me some of that fell goblin ass. And so they show up to the party, and Captain Rel welcomes Pivot and his assistant, Allison, and the area is just lavish. The mansion is beautiful. They have a dance floor going. People are like dancing, have a great time. These are all really, really rich, wealthy people from Mechalite congregating to Bilms to have a good time and talk about the future projects for the war efforts. Let it be known, I pay Tori more for art than Keen does. This is true, and Michael, I mean, huh. Listen, I am very poor. I do the best that I can. Listen, I'm sorry. If it's not enough, I can make the tokens. But they show up to the party. And she's showing them around. And, like, really, really just being like, oh, look at this Pivot. Isn't this wonderful? There is a clairvoyant. Where is he? Where is he? Have to find him in the tokens list. Not Edmund Locke. What was my boy's name here? Can't remember off the top of my head. For some reason, his is always like the one that's always hard for me to remember. I always want to say it's Edmund, but it's not.
What was your name, brother?
Either way, you know, I'll put a replacement token in here in the meantime, unless I can remember his actual name. There's a clairvoyant at the party, and he previously encounters the party at the tavern, but sees them at the the mansion party here, and is like, "Oh, it's good to see you guys again. Do you want me to read your fortune?" And he reads the fortune of Pivot, Alice, and let me turn down the music a little bit. Pivot, Alice, and even Captain Rel. He's like, hey, Captain Rel, like, be careful. Your life is in danger. Just accept what is kind of meant to be. Dolphy Evans. Dolphy Evans. Let's see. Let me grab Dolphy. Who's also a Scalecoat. But he reads their future, tells Captain Rel to essentially be careful, tells Pivot... What does he tell Pivot? I can't remember exactly what he tells Pivot, but it is, like, very, prophetic. And then tells Alice that he sees a dance in their future. And Alice is like, rolls eyes. Okay, buddy. But as he lets go of Alice's hand, in her palm, he sets a note that says, one of you will die tonight. And so he's like, meet me on the dance floor. We'll talk. So while Pivot and Rel go upstairs, Dolphy and Alice are on the dance floor. And he warns her that one of them are going to die this evening unless they directly listen to what he has to say. And Alice is like, okay, sure. Like, tell me what you want. And she's, like, drinking excessively. She's pounding champagne for some reason. And she's like, yeah, whatever. Cool. Okay, I'll follow it. I won't, die. I'll follow your instructions to the T. These old tokens make me cringe. I still love them. I love them. But they go upstairs, Pivot and Captain Rel. And where am I? What the heck? What happened to the second floor? Oh, there it is. I don't know what happened to the second floor or why it went so far up. Captain Rel takes Pivid over to her bedroom, and she's like, this is where the party ends at the end of the evening, Pivid. And she's like, you know, you're really handsome. And she's like twirling her hair and being extremely awkward. I think she takes one of her hairs off and puts it on Pivid's shoulder at one point. You know, extreme Riz capabilities on this woman. And she's kind of like pressuring him into something. And Pivid, being very smart, is like, oh, Captain Rel, I've been waiting for this for a really long time. He kisses her on the cheek, and he's like, we'll save the rest for later. And she's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And so they head out. Pivid escapes a very scary... Dude, this was like the most uncomfortable I've been in a tabletop RPG. Holy shit, it was so uncomfortable. And I had to actually, like, be the one who was pressuring him. Dude, I felt so awful. But they gained a reputation point for it, so that was cool. When they head back downstairs, the dinner is starting to, the dinner party is starting to come in, and the food is being prepared. It's almost ready. Alice heads into the bathroom because she gets a call from her father, on an Olivinium stone. Olivinium stones are essentially the phones of this world. Only magical people can answer them, and they can broadcast to other people. And actually kind of televise things to other people as long as they have, like, the, you know, right magical capabilities. So Pivid answers the phone for her, and the father's like, Alice, where are you? Like, I commanded you to go kill Soliet and then just return to me. Like, why aren't you back yet? I gave you a strict time frame for you to come back. And she's like, oh, sorry, listen, I got, there's a little diversion, but I promise I'll be back soon. And he's like, okay, sure. As long as you're back soon, you need to be back here now. Very controlling, very scary person. And as he hangs up the phone, or goes to hang up the phone, he's like, by the way, no witnesses. And he slits the throat of the person that's on his side for the telephone, expecting her to kill Pivid. And she's like, oh, I won't kill you, Pivid. Don't worry about it. And they head out of the bathroom. Captain Rel at this point is a little suspicious that Alice and Pivid are, you know, a couple because they went into the bathroom together. It's, a big to-do. But dinner is just about to be served, and this is where it gets beautifully fun. Captain Rel explains to everybody sitting at the table as dinner's coming in that they have a very special guest tonight called the Radiant Knight, who is the right hand of Niall, the goddess of order. This guy is as far up as you can be on the chain in terms of, like, if you're a god, you're one step further up. But if you're the Radiant Knight, that's just below. She's like, we have him at the party tonight, and he's our special guest. She looks over to Piv and she says, I want you to give all the details on what has been happening with Project Renthal to the Radiant Knight. And Piv's like, yep, sure, sounds great. But as the time goes on, the Radiant Knight doesn't come downstairs. And Rel gets really, really impatient. She's like, where is the Radiant Knight? Like, this is extremely rude. He should be here by now. So she goes up to go confront him, and down the stairs comes a lieutenant by the name of Lieutenant Greaves. Oh, no. He's followed by a bunch of soldiers, and he kind of kicks his feet up on the table, and he's like, I am your replacement. You're being replaced from this state forward. You've done a terrible job with the place. You've been bleeding money for the kingdom. Like, we know of all your expenditures. The mansion speaks for itself. You're fired as of today. And Captain Rel's like hell I'm fired. This woman is terrifying. An absolute Amazoness. So she's like, I'm gonna go talk to the Radiant Knight myself. She runs upstairs and goes to talk to the Radiant Knight. Dolphrey Evans explained to Alice earlier that as soon as they heard an alarm, she needed to book it upstairs or else she was going to die. She was very drunk at this point and being very, very goofy. She didn't immediately start running upstairs, so they had to kind of fight to get away from these guys so she could run upstairs. But Alice ends up getting upstairs, and a fight breaks out here with the lieutenant saying, hey, kill them all. Like, you guys are all fired from here forward. We're taking over, and your death warrant is signed. So Pivot is down here fighting. Alice and Captain Rel both go upstairs. Alice is told to go into the bedroom and hide under the bed. She forgets where she's supposed to hide. So she kind of just like looks around. She's like, the table, like behind the bookcase, the closet. Nah, under the bed sounds good. And so she goes, and very luckily goes under the bed, which is where she was told to go. Otherwise, she would have died. Meanwhile, Captain Rel kind of busts down the door and begins talking to the Radiant Knight. She's like, it's unacceptable. Like, you should have talked to me about this beforehand. You completely embarrassed me. And like hell, I'm being replaced. Like, I'm gonna, like, stand up to you, and I don't care if you're right hand to the goddess herself. You can go fuck yourself. The Radiant Knight is like, you should have just, like, accepted it. This is what the Radiant Knight looks like, by the way. He's an absolute fucking bamf. He says, you should have just accepted your fate. Like, had you have done that, you would have lived. He grabs her, one-shots her, as she's kind of standing right here. He takes out his sword, hits Captain Rel, and sends her flying through the wall. The wall deteriorates completely and crumbles down to the ground, and she bumps up against the bookshelf, and it comes collapsing down on her. She just dies instantly. And, the Radiant Knight walks into the room, thinks that he hears something, and the broom falls inside the closet. He goes to check on it. There's nothing in the closet because Alice is hiding under the bed. He's like, oh, guess nothing's there. Grabs Captain Rel, brings her over to the balcony, throws her off, breaking like the glass here and everything, to the ground below. And that is when the woman outside says, look up. The fight ensues, and everybody kind of congregates. This is when the party all gets back together. The Radiant Knight kind of just shows up and stares as the fight is happening. Everybody's fighting. Jeeves, the butler, ends up dying. It's really, really sad. And they barely managed to kind of just fend everybody off. Thames ended up going down in this fight. It was crazy. And as the fighting comes to a stop, the Radiant Knight kind of takes a step forward. He's like, okay, I guess it's my turn. And Dolphy Evans, who is a longtime friend of the Radiant Knight, goes up to him and says, take me instead. I will be like the sacrifice for what happened here tonight. Like, leave them be. And so, as a willing sacrifice, the Radiant Knight cuts down his own friend and leaves, but not before seeing like Marth and the rest of the party. So everybody's gotten a good look as to who the Radiant Knight is at this point. And that is Bilms. They liberate Bilms. They save all the children. And yeah, they kick Mechalite out. They kill all of the, the guards that were stationed there. Are there any questions up until this point? Anybody any questions at all? That is the Bilms arc. Why me? Because you were the perfect candidate. And you can't tell me that I'm wrong. You were the absolute perfect candidate. Also, if you're enjoying that stream, make sure to hit that like button, baby. No. Yeah. Alright, no questions, I think. I think we're good. So after Bilms... where did it go after Bilms? Let me look at the episode recaps. Oops, nope. Episode list. It was Hellspring. Hellspring. Something I forgot to mention that leads into Hellspring is the Radiant Knight sees Marth sees Marth, and he says, actually, I can put on the Radiant Knight voice. No, I'll save it for later. He tells Marth that there is something waiting for him at Hellspring. And this piques Marth's interest because this is where he was born. He was born in the village of Hellspring. So they all go on a journey to Hellspring. The idea behind the journey to Hellspring is to get in and get out as quickly as possible because they know that it's probably a trap. They know that, like, Hellspring is probably just teeming with Mechalite soldiers. And so they're like, we gotta be careful here, but I do want to know what he had set up for me. And so let me open up Hellspring. Let me put on the Hellspring music, too. Also, while this is loading, I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back, chat. Alright, so we got water. Yeah, wait to get the Alice spoiler part of the recap. Spoiler! Spoiler alert! Let me open up the music and change the music over. This is all like post-events too, so this doesn't look like this originally. Hellspring. Hellspring, very creepy. The party shows up at Hellspring. Grab Marth. Pivot. Originally it was what? It was Marth, Max, Pivot, and Look Down who came to Hellspring. Marth, Max, Look Down, Alice. All right. So, originally, the party shows up at Hellspring here. They decide to go the back route into Hellspring instead of the main entrance because at the main entrance, there is like a ton, and I mean like a ton of Mechalite soldiers. Just all lined up and waiting. And he was like, yep, I freaking knew it. It was an ambush-like opportunity. There's a bunch of people waiting for us. And so they decide to take the back route. And as they pass through the forest, they come across a well. And from this well, they get a really, really weird and ominous feeling. I believe it was uncontrollable laughter that Pivot and Look Down both get inflicted with. And it gives terrible, terrible vibes. So they run past it and get out of there. And show up in Hellspring. And this is Marth's house over here. Let me ping it for you. The one that's currently on fire. They show up, go to Marth's house, and they're like, how do you know that this is where he left something for you? And Marth's like, this is what my childhood house was. If he left something somewhere, it's definitely here. They go into the house, and inside the house, they leave, the Radiant Knight has left a music box, which is a music box from Marth's childhood, a declaration of war, which was never given to them initially at the beginning of the 50-year war, before Marth got put in his slumber. And there is a bunch of coffins. There's 5 coffins, I think there was, or maybe it was 6 coffins, because Maxwell. Yeah, there was 6 coffins laid out as like a, hey, like, you know where this ends up leading. And Marth is kind of like blown away. He's like, how does he like know that this is my like childhood, like an heirloom from my childhood, essentially. So he's like in a really, really kind of out there state, and Alice is like prodding him this entire time. First, she like jokes that she's gonna break one of the windows, and she's like kind of like being snoopy, and Marth's like, no, you're not gonna break one of the windows, like, stop. And she's like, what's wrong, Marth? Like, what's going on, buddy? Like, why are you getting so upset? And she like goes into the house and starts like messing with everything in the house, and Marth is like, he's had enough of her shit, honestly. But he just wants to get in and get out. So yeah, he sees the music box, he sees the coffins. Radiant Knight really nailed the gifts, though. Yeah, seriously, you got everything right. And then Alice, as a big funny joke, decides to break the window of his childhood home. This alerts everybody in the area. Everybody in the area. There's Mechalite guards that are just outside at the gates here. They come rushing in. The mysterious person shows up at the window. And when he shows up at the window, this is a big kind of plot point. Lookdown sees his reflection, this guy's reflection in the mirror, and he immediately starts to... I'm trying to remember if it was his fangs or if it was claws. I think it was his claws. He begins growing claws from his fingers and losing his mind. And he starts attacking his friends. And so that was a big, crazy thing. At the center of Lookdown's chest, as he sees this man, the words Valen light up on his chest. And he just kind of loses it. So, long story short, I suppose, is Alice gets them caught after breaking the window and alerting everybody in the city, or the town. Fortunately, the Mechalite soldiers that are there are not sent to kill the party. They have been given direct orders that let me grab him, actually. Let me grab Kai Alder. There's 3 factions here at play. And then let me grab General Dawn. General Dawn, I say, General Dawn. Is his name just Dawn here? Where did I put him? I can't find General Dawn, chat. No. He's not in here. I must have deleted him from here. I don't know why. Maybe I was trying to make room. But the Mechalite General, General Dawn, has a bunch of Mechalite soldiers with him. And then there's Kai Alder right here. Kai Alder is a Doppelum. Doppelums are mud creatures that are shapeshifters. They're able to shapeshift into whatever nickel creature they wish to. And they usually do it of somebody that they deeply respect. They don't, like, kind of switch all willy-nilly, and it's actually banned in a lot of countries in Nickelmentia. So Doppelums, typically speaking, will stick to one form. And so this particular person that he's warped into is that of Valen, Marth's father, the king, because he has a lot of respect for him. And so Kai Alder here, alongside a bunch of his Doppelum... You made Nickelmentia an actual place? Yep. The entire continent, or sorry, the entire world is called Nickelmentia. Yep. The world itself. And so Kai Alder, alongside what's called the King's Coven, are a bunch of people that have been living inside Hellspring and actively taking care of it. The only reason that they're alive is because they're sitting on a they're sitting on a hot spring, and the king's like, hey, that's great for tourism. Whenever I end up, moving everything and taking over the country, I need a hot spring. Like, and I'm, gonna fucking destroy Marth Sylvance's house and build my house right on top of it. Why not? And so that's the only reason these guys are alive, to take care of everything that's here. Kai Alder meets with Marth and the party, and he says, listen, we're in a terrible situation right now in which the hot springs are dry. There's no water here, and it's been dry for a long time. And he states that the problem is probably the Herbetians that are living inside the wells. There is chaos-infected Herbetians that are living inside the wells, inside like little mud tunnels, that are actively suppressing and blocking the water, and they don't know what to do about it. They're like, we're not strong enough to go down there and deal with the problem. So Mechalite, the King's Coven, and Marth and his party all come to the agreement that they will take care of the issue of the Herbetians inside the well, because they don't really have much of an option to do otherwise. It's either that or they're just gonna kill them. We hate it, don't worry. No. I'm so happy the Nickelmentia bit made it in Marth's Dungeon. Me too. I think it's a great name. I freaking love Nickelmentia. So the party agrees to deal with the problem. They go into the wells at night, because at night the Herbetians come out of the wells, and they're like, we'll distract them. You guys go into the wells, figure out what's happening and what's suppressing the water, get the hot springs back, and we will be A-okay. They're like, okay, cool. Fast forward, they go into the wells. Fast forward, they go into the wells. What is it called? Underneath the Well, I think was the map name. Hellspring Forest, entrance. What was it called? I'm trying to find the map. Sometimes I name things the, most non-appropriate thing for what it actually is. What was it fucking called? Oh, Beneath the Well, not underneath. Alright. So. They show up and go down the well. Disable the fog here. I'm gonna drink Dr. Beppis. Dr. Peppy. Let's see. Where's my well at? So yeah, here's the well entrance. And it's like, this is just a good depiction of what it's really like. There's an unnatural red glow coming from it. A bunch of stench and just bones, brains, and entrails laid out. The name choices of your MP3s is creative, to say the least. I'm sorry. Can't help it. I get too bored. They show up inside the wells, and none of this is flooded at the moment. Just imagine that this is all dirt, which it actually is at the moment. They show up here, and it's pitch black inside these wells. They can't see a damn thing because it's so dark. Luckily, Pivot has light for them to see, or else they would be kind of traveling down through here without any light whatsoever. But just for visual purposes, we'll keep the lights up. They show up inside the well, and they start exploring various directions. In order to get into some of the rooms, they need to go under a little tunnel that digs up and under into the next room. So it's really... this is as claustrophobic as it gets. That looks fine. Get the fuck in there. Yeah, oh yeah, why not? Seems safe. So yeah, it's very, very claustrophobic, but they end up choosing the right path kind of right off the bat. They go down through here and into this room. And inside this room is a chaos-infected Herbetian by the name of Ferdada. She is grown into the side of the roots here. You see all these roots here? This is actually a part of her. She's just kind of grown into the area and is stuck here. She attempts to make a deal with the party. She's like, hey, listen, you kill the King's Coven and everything's gonna be okay. Like, we can be friends here. Just work with us and we're chill like that. And the party's like, no, thank you. That sounds pretty terrible. Thank you very much. And as they kind of step into the room, they can see that chaos is suppressing the water from going up. And so they end up fighting Verdada and her minions. These minions, like, ran in and exploded on people. It was fucking awful. But it was very funny. Pivot ended up, like, making them run in random directions. Okay, monster fucker. What? What? What does that mean? Oh, I was smashed. I was like, what are you talking about? Ferdada tries to kill the party, ends up dying herself. And Agatha, her daughter, Ferdada's daughter, helps the party do it. She's like, Mom, you're not right. Like, there's something wrong with you. You talk to things that aren't there. You're always living in the darkness. Like, there's something deeply wrong about what we're doing. We're Herbetians. We're supposed to be creatures of light. Like, we need the light in order to survive. And she's like, nope, you're being manipulated. And so they end up killing Ferdada. And they make their way onwards to the downstairs area. They pass this pit, which is full of Civilonians, which is a monster that is always out of the corner of your eye, but you can never actually see it. You'll, like, turn to go see it, and it's not there, but it lives inside the corner of your eye. It's a pit full of those. They end up crossing and going down. There's one person, in order to open up this door here, that has to go inside this blood chamber and let themselves get bled. And that slowly opens up the door. These vials fill up with blood and it opens up the door. Meanwhile, the party has to find a way to get Agatha out, because this closes down behind it.
Unfortunately, we fail at doing so.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think you guys did great. You guys, they went through this area here, and this creature, which I drew! Chat, I can draw creatures! It's just really bad!
No, I mean, it works, though. It looked creepy. It felt creepy. It was great.
It is pretty creepy. This is... Yeah.
Emma dropped this off to me, and I'm gonna give it a try, so...
Oh.
It's a flavored water version of Monster, so hopefully it doesn't suck!
I hope it's as good as
What was that thing called?
The Kava Clips.
Kava Clips.
Yeah.
This thing was creepy. He did a really good job at it. I remember this also having some of my favorite moments in the campaign. This whole area.
This area is like pitch dark, by the way, so they kind of walked in here, and they look down is the only one that can actually see in this area because he has dark vision. So they're kind of like traveling through these caverns, and they hear something down this way that's like, hello, is anybody there? And it's like a kid's voice, and immediately the player's like, nope. So they end up being heard by the creature, and it crawls out, and Kava Clipses are equivalent to what probably like a Kappa would be. They except these things love to go in dark areas. They like grab children and then consume them and bring them down to an area and then mimic the child's voice to draw more people so they can consume more people. So it pretends it's a child the entire time in the darkness here, and Alice does a great job of convincing the Kava Clips that she's the Kava Clips' mother, and she's like, you're being bad, stop it, like, follow me, and stop, you're being ridiculous. And the Kava Clips is like, okay, mommy. Like in a really creepy voice. Meanwhile, Martha's like looking for the fucking switch. He's like, where the fuck is this thing, man? He eventually does find the switch and they pull it. They kill the Kava Clips in the end. And everybody makes their way.
Something horrible happened while it was happening, though. Because I remember getting pretty fucked up. I remember getting stuck in that corner over on the side there.
Yeah, the things with Kava Clips is they're really, really slow. But if they know your fear, they can teleport right on top of you, and then they like put a lining over your eyes that makes you see what you fear.
Yeah, that's right. I think I saw Pivot or Solyet.
Yeah, I think it was Solyet.
I think it was Solyet.
Yeah.
I used my big brain because those holes that you see, the little black circles, were holes that could go underneath the walls, and I used my brain to go underneath them to get to the other side. Yeah.
It was great.
Eh.
Also, do you want to hop in call, or are you good?
Oh, I thought this was what you meant when you said that. I just was
no,
like,
it's up to you.
Just come over here and just fucking...
I can get your camera on here, too.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah,
it's up to you.
Also, this thing is pretty good, but I'm assuming that the passion part means passion fruit, and it gives it an aftertaste that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's, like, a grape taste to it. It's good.
You trying to poison John?
But, like, you can smell it, too. Smell that. You can smell the...
Yeah, it smells like grape.
Yeah, it smells like there's like a mango or something afterward. Other than that, it's good.
Thank you for your feedback, Josh. On my way to Keen's house right now. What the fuck?
Okay. We'll be here.
Keen, tell Josh he's a cutie, and then I fucking love Avenged Sevenfold Raw.
Okay.
Oh, because you have the shirt.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
This shirt's so old it has drywall mud stains on it. Is all I'm saying. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah. Like that's how old that is. That was... I think I got this when I went to... Yeah, this is the one I got from when I went to the concert. Yeah. With Disturbed and Avenged Sevenfold.
Like 10 years ago.
Yeah. 2000... No. That would have been 2010. Around that time. It would have been 09 to 11.
Oh, wow.
Because this would have been the Rockstar...
14.
Or the Monster Energy... Wherever, some energy drink world tour that had... Hailstorm, Stone Sour, Avenged Sevenfold, and Disturbed. Yeah. This is an old freaking shirt.
I'm gonna call you. We're calling Josh, Chet. Don't tell him. Don't tell. Oh, this will be so good because I've been yapping. Josh will be able to keep me on, like, in line for the things that I'm saying, and also, like, my voice will get a break, which is good.
It's funny. I did watch some.
Let's go to Marth.
Some of the last episodes, the last few days. So I'm still kind of hazy on like the other ones, or like the earlier ones rather.
Yeah, it'll be a good
But,
recap.
Yeah, no, I need this because hopefully just seeing things will get like. Oops, that's.
We're gonna
Okay,
hop
there we
over to the Mars Dungeon VC, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Varathi's gonna join in a sec. Yeet.
Hey.
So we're probably like, we're maybe like halfway through. Probably about halfway through. So do you guys have any questions? Any questions at all? I will answer them for you gladly. Also,
this is also when I had like the huge the heart to heart with Marth, where I was like, "Hey, if I lose my mind, just keep me away from Alice."
Oh, that's right too. Yeah, because this was especially this arc. Lookdown was losing his mind one after another. First, it was the uncontrollable laughter. Then, seeing Kai Alder, he lost himself, started turning into a beast. And then this one, he felt like he was out of his mind too when he was he's seeing his fears.
I would say because this was when all I could think was that fairies just control your brain. Oh wait, no, that comes later. But I knew about this one being able to control your brain, and I was just like, hey, if anything goes hairy, just keep me away from Alice. That was it.
Let's see. For some reason,
It was a good time.
Oh, is that you? Is that good? Did we do it? Do we want it? Is Josh on the screen now? Yep. Okay, good.
Am I here?
And then One more time, general. There we go. For some reason, it's different for when you're actually in VCs. I don't know why.
Oh.
All right.
Hooray for technology, but yeah.
They, actually, Maxwell's not even here for this part. I'm sorry, I lied to you.
Wait a minute, you're not even using the right token.
Yeah.
I didn't have short hair at this time.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, I know the continuity's out of the window. They end up freeing Agatha. Oh, I can also stream this for you so you can watch.
Mr. Robot Voice, I'm watching on your... I mean,
okay, cool.
oh, I know, because I'm going to be a couple seconds behind. Up to you. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, we'll try it. This will be a good test of the limits of everything.
Ooh. Ooh. Stress test. Let's go.
Hey.
And now I can hear the music, because I don't have to mute it.
They head into the final area of this well, in which case Agatha kind of steps forward. Ooh, not with the floor, though. Agatha steps forward and begins singing to this creature that's down here. And this is the room that it is in. It is a massive kind of fairy. Let me open up the notes and find it. It's called the Hyperbolic Fairy.
It was kind of unfortunate we didn't get to fight it in here. Or at all, really.
Yeah, this thing was like kind of mind control city as far as an actual fight and what it would be. Massive fairy.
So cool.
But this is what it looks like. So Agatha kind of draws it in with singing, because she usually sings to it when she brings it food. And she brings it outside of the well. And immediately, as she starts bringing it out, it drops the concentration that's being held in this area. And these pipes burst. There's water that is flooding, hot, steamy, scalding water that is filling up these wells. It is now flowing again. Let's see if I can grab everybody. Oh, let me also go into the layering stack.
Leads to one of the best scenes in the entire show.
Which one?
We'll get there when we get there. You know which one. Once we get there.
Oh, wait, no, it was on lower levels. It's so laggy. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, because I remember we were like panicking. So we were like, "Where do we go? Where do we go? We can't let him see us."
Yeah, they like literally snake tamer like bring this creature outside.
Man. Because we ended up being behind, and then we had the Civilonians in the pit. Oh man.
Yeah, the Civilonians, they can't live in water. So they were, like, drowning, trying to, like, escape and go into people's eyes. But luckily the party, like, looked down and away from the Civilonians, so they couldn't just hop right in them. Except for one.
What? Who could that be? Who would dare? Who would dare take that chance?
But yeah, TLDR, they lead this fairy outside the well to the very top of it, and they fight it and like murk it instantly, because this thing isn't made of HP. It's just very, very agile. But yeah, they absolutely destroy the Hyperbolic Fairy. And what are some good things that happen after that?
Oh, you mean when we destroyed it? Yeah, because we rolled the same initiative, 2 or 3 times in a row.
Yep.
And then Alice and Thames both crit on their attacks. We absolutely walloped it. Was it? I found something on the ferry, though.
Yes. Okay, so once the fairy was dead, Lookdown just began digging through it. Where happened to Lookdown? Where'd he go?
And also, did the fairy have a civil? I actually can't remember. Did I get the Civilonian from the pit or from the thing's eye?
I believe you got it from the thing's eye, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think it hopped right into your eye.
Yeah, because I think it jumped into the fairy, and then when I looked at the fairy, it went into my eye, and I went boop.
And look down,
I
just
couldn't
like no
remember.
worse for the wear. Was like, yep. Thames and Maxwell are here at this point. Something that I didn't state beforehand was Thames had an entire renovation arc that while these guys were inside Hellspring, he's just like, oh yeah, they'll be back in no time. Nope, no problem. I'll just do some renovations in the meantime. I'm a big dude, so I'm like easy to spot. I'll stay here while you guys are stealthing. He like notices that it's taking a really long time. And he's like, I guess we'll go check on him. Sure. When he ends up leaving the house, he has to fight a giant stump monster called the Schoomph.
Yes.
And while all this is happening, he like is investigating the well alongside these guys. He does like this really, really cool like swims into like a giant jet stream of scalding water just to find the party. It was great. And Maxwell comes in with his warrior spirit to save the rest of the party here.
The great take my hand if you want to live.
Maxwell, what the hell? It's just the way he says it. It's so good. What the hell, Maxwell? So they kill the Hydraulic Fairy, and Lookdown just begins digging through its chest. I didn't expect him to do this, but inside the chest itself, there was an oblong shard, a red shard, that he came across. And they all kind of looked at it, and I think Pivot spotted that it was no good. He's like, oh, that's bad news. Let's fucking leave that there. And Thames is like, no. This could be useful. We might be able to build with it. So he wraps it up, brings him with him, and they make their way back to the castle. Before making their way back to the castle, they spend a little bit of extra time in Hellspring. Kai Alder thanks them for their efforts. He's like, guys, thank you so much. Like, you saved the King's Coven. He's like, unfortunately, Mechalite now occupies this area. It's been in my family for a really long time, but we're all gonna have to leave. But I can't thank you enough for doing this because you kept my people safe. I would do anything for you. So they end up going to Bilms, as the King's Coven does, to lend them aid. But as they're kind of leaving the area, let me copy maps, Hellspring quarters. Nope. So many maps that I make. Holy moly, brother. Also, how's it going, Michael?
No. Hi, Michael.
Good evening.
Michael sexual. Also, we're streaming over. He's here. How was your session?
You know, we out here cyberpunking in the near future of Baltimore.
Oh no.
Go to Hell Springs. Nothing but bad fucking memories. That's all I'm gonna say.
A couple of things that I will state is there was some nice, like, really good character interactions with one another in Hellspring. Max with Thames for sure, because Max was like drinking, and Thames is like, "Hey man, like you're gonna ruin your life. Like you need to whip into shape." Like, and he got Maxwell to start like exercising, and he's like, "Put down the drinks. Like stop it." Look down.
Is this when Penelope was given coffee, or is that this,
Yes.
like, when we came back? Oh, it was the same time?
Penelope, the kid from the beginning, is given coffee, and she's like the fucking like precious child that is like to be protected at all costs from the party. She's like, she's the best. This is the arc where Lookdown has one of his cuffs taken off from Alice. And oh yeah, this is what leads into the next arc, because Alice is like, I'm leaving. There's something I have to go do, because she knows that her father is gonna kill her if she doesn't like show back up at Reddish. So she's like, I gotta go. Lookdown ends up following her. So these two are out of the picture on their own individual mission for a while. And the party, they all kind of pack their things up from Hellspring. They feel pretty good at the end of the day. And as Marth is coming out of the King's Coven here, he notices that, oh, they're all duplicated. he notices that Mechalite soldiers are burning his childhood home down. To which he runs up to them and he's like, listen, tell your lord that we're coming for him. Like, he's dead. I have like an 8-foot Turliad who will crush him. I have a man that's been in prison for 50 years that doesn't know what the outside world is, and he will claw him apart. Like, I have a assassin that will follow his every step, and I have like an accomplished sorcerer that knows every spell in the book that will fucking put you 6 feet under. Like, tell your leader that. And they end up leaving Hellspring. And what was... Okay, so I know that there was Reddish, and at the same time with Reddish, what led to the Soliot Castle stuff?
Yeah, what was happening?
Wasn't there like a big fog outbreak?
Was it then that it happened?
No, because I think I was there for that, wasn't I?
That was later.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was when we went to... Wait.
But wasn't there like a
All right.
fog outbreaks?
We had.
Hello, Marth.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Trying to remember.
I wasn't there, so I don't
That's
know.
right, yeah.
I only remember things that happened with Lookdown, if I'm going to be honest.
Fair enough.
Actually, I want you to know that I'm not going to spoil anything that's going to be revealed later. The cannon scene is just as funny the second time around.
Okay. No, so.
That shit was hilarious.
Oh, God. So yes, while Reddish was happening, there was the fog outbreak in the castle, so we investigated down to Soliot's room there.
Oh.
Then we came...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I think it was up to the seizure rates, actually, right?
Yes. Yep, okay.
Because that was when the puzzle was happening, because that was... Yeah, because I got to know what the puzzle was, because I wasn't going to be a part of it. Miss out on all the fun.
L.
Sorry, that's fucking
Yeah.
sick.
Fat L.
All right. So yes. So yeah, there was a fog outbreak in the castle. Let me grab everybody here. Agatha ends up joining the party as well as a very, very helpful, very good
Unfortunate.
NPC.
Chat, he doesn't know.
What happened? What happened?
About Agatha.
Oh. Let's
We would
see.
love to have the NPC XP grinding arc, but we just can't do that right now.
Let's see. The castle. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, no,
when
it's
do we
called
get
the
the mechanic to send out our mercenaries off to go do secret missions so that way they can gain EXP, but like we have to make sure that it's within their EXP realm?
Yeah, when do we get like the option to like add them as part of like our garrisons, where they're not like actually not with us, but they give us like a +1 bonus to AC or something?
Wait a minute. Let him cook.
Hold on. I don't know if this is an updated version of the castle. I'm kind of hoping it is. Tim Tam.
Tim Tam, what is he doing in
why,
the...
why is he killing Chamber? What
Tim Tam.
Why did he turn to water?
is he doing?
What are you doing?
Tim Tam, chill. You're over here somewhere.
I'm securing the flesh treats.
Master. So this arc was split half and half. After everything was done and all the events unfolded with Hellspring, Marth states that they really need support if they're going to be able to take a fight to Mechalite whatsoever, because otherwise they're just going to show up in Mechalite, stand out like a sore thumb, get bombarded and murdered, and that'll be the end of everything. It's like if they cross that border, it's done. They've been warned multiple times. They're like, hey, like if you're crossing the border, the Radiant Knight's like, it's a death wish for you. And so the party has plans to go over to Trell, who's the neighboring country, to find allies. And meanwhile, Alice and Lookdown are headed to Reddish, which is where Alice is from, because her father is telling her that she needs to come back now and that he wants a report on the missions. But first, there is a little outbreak inside the castle. Coming from this door over here was a fog that was always kind of looming, but it was just kind of it was just ever present. Nothing really happened with it, but it started to spread, and it was kind of a cause for concern because it was murderous. The fog dealt chaos and magic damage, and so the party explores into the depths of the basement to try to figure out what is causing this fog. And so they head down. Where is Pivot, Marth, Max, and Thames? Yeah.
This I don't know if this one has the new basement.
Oh shoot! True. True. It's okay. I'll open up the other map.
The non-existent yet basement.
The spoiler one.
Yeah.
Good thing I have a basement map. Save. How's everybody doing in chat? Hello, hello. Loading basement. There's so many like little minor details as well that I probably have missed in like certain arcs that are like really like important. I'm trying to cover like the most important like progressive or like progressing story things. But
where's the
Not so much the sad
down,
stuff.
looking down counter?
Yeah. Man, if I had the time, I would go through and just start writing it and just be like, all right, this one, this one.
It's okay, you got this. You can load.
One of the
I
secret
believe-
texts is actually at the 1000th I look down.
You gotta be nearing it. I mean,
Yeah, it must have been said at least maybe
it's-
900
it's-
times.
yeah, exactly. 998 probably to be precise.
He wants
that's
that secret text.
Yeah. Oh,
Instead of I don't know, just look down, look down.
that's the one I haven't said in a while. I don't know.
I don't know.
Look down. Look down.
Oh,
What
something important that I never mentioned with Lookdown's character. He has a friend that only he
What
can.
the fuck? You forgot that bit?
I was explaining so much.
That is
But
like.
He's out here trying to recap a 4-hour-long episode.
He has a friend who was kind of the only person that was ever there for him, besides like Pivot, who was torturing
me
him
champ.
actively. Yeah, calls him champ.
Huge part to my character, you know.
Really
just,
big part to his character.
No,
His name
just a minor one. It's so forgettable, you know. So forgettable you didn't even remember it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Who's that
They're
guy?
nobody important.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I've never met that guy in Serbia. I don't think he exists, honestly.
Yeah, he's like not in the logs or anything. That's weird.
His name is Serviad Daniels. And yeah, so oftentimes in the episodes, Look Down will have side conversations with Serviad Daniels, and a lot of like inner like what is wrong with me, who am I, like I keep losing my mind, I'm like sorry, like there's something wrong, like what do I do? Like
Why my pee hard?
why my pee so damn hard? It's almost there, chat, I promise. There we go. It's loaded successfully finally. Let's see. Gotta go up further. So the party heads into this area. They deal with an optical illusion in this staircase, which leads them to just kind of believe that they're walking down, which is also walking up the stairs. And they end up breaking the illusion, kind of making their way further into the basement. And all of these areas had something to them. There was some kind of trick that was like making them kind of just take longer to get through. A bunch of puzzles. They end up coming to this next area. Maxwell has to duel like a shade of himself in a card duel. It's a pretty funny time, and he ends up beating him. I forgot about this. So they get to this wall here, and this had a door on it, like right here. Thames is like, nah, bruh, like, we ain't going through that door. He grabs his hammer and he busts down this wall that's right next to it and breaks it open and then jumps down.
There was like an anvil with like a sword in it. And the door wouldn't open until that was interacted with. And Tim's was really, really convinced that something bad would happen, and then broke the wall instead of going through said door.
Yeah, no, it was perfectly understandable, but the fact that Thames ends up dropping down here instead of going through the original door, all of these statues talk to you as you're going through the hallways here as you're going in, and like if you listen to what they're saying, they will tell you either something that will be very helpful for you, or tell you to ignore something that somebody else says because they're a liar. One of the statues which Thames came across, I can't remember what happened when you came across the. Did you go backwards first?
I think I ignored one of them.
I do remember.
You definitely didn't go further in first.
I think I went backwards, but I like didn't look at anything. Foreshadowing.
Yeah. One of these creatures or statues told you something. You kind of ignored it. I think you made your way to the door, and the party made their way in as well. And Thames, as he's kind of rounding the corner here, is told like to. Did he tell you? I'm trying to remember exactly. I think
He tried to, and then he just kind of was like, whatever, and just kind of kept going.
Yeah, this statue tried to tell him, I believe, that this one is a liar, and never to listen to a single thing he says. And this one's just like, yeah, look inside that picture. And Thames looks inside the picture, and it steals his soul. And he just drops kind of lifelessly. And the party's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit, oh, shit. And Pivid goes on further here and runs into the next one, which is a snake. And you're supposed to cut the snake where it lies. Which it's like, it's half a snake and it's half a bird. Or like kind of a gargoyle-ish bird. So it's supposed to be cut off where it kind of lies there. But Pivid ends up, I believe, listening to it and riding on it.
So, what I interpreted cut it off where it lies is in the conversation. And doing so would surpass the trial, not literally cut it.
Pivid ends up riding on the snake because the snake tells it that tells Pivid that it'll bring it towards the end. And so he ends up getting on the snake. The floor drops out from under, and Marth and Max drop into a giant poison pit, which I don't know if it's still here. No, it was here, but it's not anymore. They drop into a giant poison pit, and Pivid's like, oh, shit! He makes his way down to the next area here. Thames has had his soul stolen from his body. These two are in a giant pit. Pivid ends up saving both of them and goes back up to give... He has to give to the sea serpent one of his most prized possessions. Or his most prized possession, rather. Which is a photo of his mother. And so when he does that...
Saint Nickel, you jerk.
Yep, it was pretty tragic. Thames' soul is given back to him when this happens, and they're able to move on further into the basement. But this was like this was almost Marth and Maxwell having a big goodbye. Maxwell was like, I don't want to die. Oh, God,
I fucking punched a hole through the wall and had them stand on the chest so I could like fucking barely grab them up.
Yeah.
I forgot Max almost died, and it was awful.
Yeah,
Max
sad.
put Marth up first, and then Marth and I had to reach down to fucking get Max up.
Holy crap.
But they make their way into the main part of the building here. Or the basement, I should say. Into what looks to be like Soliet's private chamber / like laboratory area. And there was originally a grate right in the middle of the ground here with a bunch of wires. Sex dungeon? No, it's not a sex dungeon.
I mean,
Soya wishes it was.
yeah, say it's Soliet, so I'm
I
not.
remember a specific line of my backstory. I don't remember. I don't know.
Yeah. But there are grates that were in the middle of the room here with a bunch of wires and cables going down through them that were attached to plants that were dead. There was also a little Stonehenge head boy that came to life when Pivot got near him, and his name is Tim Tam. He's like a little... he's brought to life through Olivinium stones. It animates him, but a magical presence needs to be by, and he was like... He served as like Soliet's little pet down here. He's like, "Oh, young master, please, do you have any flesh treats?" But they meet Tim Tam. They see that the fog is coming out of these grates that are in the ground. And they're like, "All right, let's close it up." So they close up the grates and move forward a little bit further. And this is where things got just a little sketchy, because this was like a level 11 or 12 area, and I think these guys were maybe like level 5 at this point. They're
Level 7 probably.
maybe
I was
yeah.
6.
So then we were 4.
Yeah, probably 4. So yeah, it was bad, chat. Like, it was scary. These things, they're called seizure rates. Let me give them color because they're dead here. These things, seizure rates, they came out of the wells and attacked the party, and they beat it with fire. Like, Thames actually kind of killed it. Set these things on fire. The fire didn't go out, and they ended up beating them, kind of barely. And they got to these doors, and they couldn't proceed any further. Got to these doors up here.
We got the, your party must be level blank to continue.
Well, this is all happening while these guys are delving into the dungeons of Soliet Castle. We go to Reddish. Do you want to talk about Reddish a little bit?
Where everything was going absolutely perfectly. Yeah, it was, so Alice took off after, like, I asked Alice to take my chain off, my left chain, specifically off, and then, after talking to Serviads, a little bit, convinced to go chase Alice down, met her in the woods, tried to hide from her, did it unsuccessfully, and ended up going with her into Reddish, where we got to be detectives! I was, you know, definitely useful in finding things and getting clues. Surprisingly less sarcastic than I actually said it, but because I found the knife. All right, that's all I'm gonna say is I found the knife. But it was Alice was told to basically kill me, or to kill me, because eventually I'd be a dog that, you know, bit her hand or whatever, because he didn't absolutely know me at all. But yeah, I met Val Rizzi, who is one of the greatest characters ever, after going to a place called the Hungry Herbetian, which was a let's call it what it is, a Herbetian strip club. And I went in there, killed a bunch of people, because somebody I met, random stranger, just said, "There's some bad guys in there." And that was what set me off on the side quest to go murder, basically a whole gang?
Yeah.
Or, like, part of a gang in a strip club. And met Val Rizzi, who had a awesome leg blade.
Yeah, like a little iron leg blade.
And while I was doing that, Alice was off talking to her papa, and which was definitely not one of the most intense scenes to have to sit through. And even though she lied to her father about me not being like her friend or being somebody that I, you know, was just like subservient to her, he saw right through it. And we ended up going through and trying to figure out who was kind of plotting the downfall of Reddish, because there was I know there was a conspiracy against him. But there was issues in like the slums where somebody was convincing them to kind of do their bidding. We had to go to certain area. We had a limited amount of time to go to certain areas to collect certain information, and apparently we went to all the ones that would give us the least. So that's great. And it concluded in all of the because we met Val Tempino and Val
Perot.
who was Perot, and talked to them. I thought Val Perot was I knew Val Perot was part of it. But that motherfucker was like, even when I tried to like use my aura read ability. Did you mention that I have an aura read ability?
No.
Okay, that's just me being sassy. But so I have an ability to be able to read somebody's auras, and for some reason his was always calm no matter what, which made it very skeptical. And eventually there was a meeting of all the Vals, which is basically the barons of Reddish, and we had to try and figure out who was behind the conspiracy before we had that meeting. And we grilled them super hard about it. I ended up getting involved because I was attacked by a man who was mind controlled and didn't want to be hurting me. And I carried his dead body into the meeting that I was supposed to stay very, 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 very far away from and not be involved whatsoever because I am a liability. And kind of turned the whole thing around because I walked in with his dead body and revealed some information. And when a verdict was going to be finally given, Alice decided to convict her father of being behind the conspiracy, putting him under house arrest, the worst of, the punishment that you could ever possibly have as a man of great power.
You have to live in your mansion.
Ah, shucks. But is there TV? Yes. Oh man, I hate that.
Can I go into my pool? Yes.
Ah.
I would say because we met like the sergeant and talked to them.
Yeah, they did. They did like a really good job.
Oh, I was also taken to the Restro, and was given permanent stat bonus, which was great. Actually, no, that wasn't the permanent stat bonus. That was the temporary charisma thing. But yeah, that was a fun time because that one was just like literally us just being detectives.
Yeah, it was. This was like detective work central. Like Look Down and Alice spent the entire arc here, just like you said, investigating the conspiracy. They had, I think, 4 places that they could go to during a day to investigate and try to find clues. And then when it came down to it, yeah, Alice convicted her father of the conspiracy, and put him under house arrest. And so the other 3 Vals, Rizzy, Perot, and they were like, Perot was throwing shade to Val Rizzy's way. I think Timpino was too, to the point where they were like, yeah, must be him, because they hid. I think they hid your locket.
Oh yes, my locket got stolen, and they put it on Rizzy, and oh man, I forgot about that part too.
Yep.
Yeah, when I went to go help, and I actually I also forgot that's also where I got the haircut, the suit. I got put into a hotel where the nice lady that was helping me do all sorts of weird things that she was getting paid to do technically, but shouldn't have had to do. Ended up getting killed, and I also found out that I am immune to sleep gas because I was hit with it so many times when I was being experimented on.
But yeah, this arc in general was like this was Alice's arc, where you learned like a lot about her character, which we'll get to a little bit later on, because it was like half the arc happened here, and then they left for a while. And then another half happens when they come back.
That's right. We come back.
We chum back. Hopefully, is this
Yeah,
live on both
her-
sides? I think we're good.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember her idea being if they were captured, then they wouldn't be able to like suss out why they were doing it or figure out like the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And was just like if we let them keep doing what they're doing, eventually we can figure out why they're doing it or how they're doing it. She did all of the talking, by the way.
Yeah, no, she did like all the chatting and look down, hit him with the aura reads and like all the useful like little detective tools. After all of this was said and done, Alice's father, Gortez Findle, gave her an order to assassinate the leader of Trell, which is where the party was headed. So it was like a perfect meetup spot for everybody. Alice and Lookdown head off on their own alongside Val Rizzi, who's never been outside Reddish before. He joins them. And they head over to Trell, the neighboring country. Same time, the party is heading there.
I forgot. Shit.
Oh, no, you're
today's
good. We're just
Friday.
doing, we're just doing a recap.
It isn't Friday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
recapping the,
Had a
No, there's an unannounced
consultation
Thursday
right there.
session.
No, my brain auto-corrected because it's like, it's all Friday, and then I'm like, oh no, it's Friday morning! Oh wait, it only happens Saturday morning.
Oh,
that's
right.
right.
Yeah, the
Time
time
zone.
zones.
Yeah, sorry. No, hold on. I need to go tell a guy my awake shit was not big deal.
It's no problem. So the party both end up showing up at Trell. The first people to show up were... Was it Lookdown and Alice first?
No, we showed up.
Oh, he was
afterward
after,
because-
right.
Yes, because the meeting was already happening. Oh man, that's the episode with where Pivot got to play a game with the captain of the guard, and even though he was being treated like shit, was just super nice.
It wasn't even the captain, it was just a guard.
Was it? Oh man,
The captain actually came down and beat the shit out of him.
I forgot about that. Yes, okay.
Where is, let's see, Vipint. So, how this all plays out, essentially, is in a flying castle, the party shows up to the borders of Trell, who have shut their gates to anyone and everyone for 50 years, because they're like, hey, whatever's happening there, it ain't coming here. You guys just deal with it, Petovia. Like, the entire world was like, yep, Petovia, like, best of luck, champs. I hope you get through this one. So they closed their borders a long time ago. And the way Trell works is they have two twin regals who need to come to a decision together for anything to happen inside this country. So everything moves pretty slowly, decision-wise, in Trell. The setup for this is the party in a moving castle shows up to the borders of Trell, and Marth kind of barks a command at them saying, I have a full army behind me that is willing and ready to push through your gates. Let us in, or like we're gonna have to do what we gotta do. We're coming in either way.
I think actually we came in after
Was it?
the other
Oh,
group
yeah.
because Bavelli came in first and they threw wide the gates for him. And the gates were just still open when we got there.
That's right too. That was the original plan
Yes.
going in. Marth,
So we
Marth
just kinda
saved
walked
that
right on in.
afterwards. That's right too, because Marth was like, "Hey, the gates were wide open," and they just walked right in. They're like, "Yeah, good job with your security team. Like, you let your threat right in. We got an army behind us, and we will like. You're gonna have a discussion with us to, like right now, or we're gonna have a problem." And so yes, Lookdown and Alice showed up first. Which let me grab them.
They
Yeah,
went
'cause that was
they
where
went
I
to the
first
lake,
consulted
like little pond that was there, and that's why they didn't see us.
Yeah.
And we were doing this is like where I got to learn about currency, where I got the glasses of awareness.
You almost drowned.
Yeah, and had a horrible memory come back to me. Even though I loved water, I now hate it. But you know, it's
Bavelli, who I haven't talked about until now, is the merchant that follows the party around and gives them or trades them goods. Gave looked down one thing, but it said that it's
yeah, totally gave him one thing. Yeah.
you temporarily lent him something and said you have to pay this back later.
Said, here, take this thing because you're going into fight. Then expected him to. It's fine. It's a whole thing. It's fine.
In parentheses, he's still mad about it.
For real.
I didn't pay for it.
50 sessions ago, and he's still mauling.
Yeah. Hey, the molding process takes a while. All right.
Yeah, it's like the grieving. Yeah, you gotta get through it. But Bavelli shows up to the gates here, and they're like, "Oh, it's Bavelli! Like that's what's up, Bavelli?" And he's like, "Oh, he came here with my I think he said that he was related to you. Look down. I'm pretty sure he said he was related
like a cousin
to
or a nephew.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, I'm here with my cousin. I'm here to trade things. Can you let us in?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So Lookdown and Bavelli make their way in with Valrizzi. These guys all made their way in, and Alice was told that she needed to find another alternative way in. She went over to...
Oh, no. She asked. He said, do you want the easy way or the hard way? And she said, I want to go the climbing way.
Yeah. So she goes in the alternative way.
She made it difficult.
Climbing the wall here. She used her dagger to try to like plunge it into the stone to climb with it. She made her way to the top here, and Bavelli was waiting at the very top. He was like, "Oh, I'll give you a hand." He went to go grab her hand, and she slipped, and she managed to catch herself before falling into this treacherous area here, and then she made her way up into the wall.
Chat, he is lying. Bavelli 100% tried to General Shepherd her. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, he screwed up the first roll to help her, and it made it worse. and then
Bavelli's still like that.
Oh yeah, totally.
But either way, they make their way into the city, and they have like a little bit of free time. Alice is trying to kind of like... Oh man, it's hard because Alice is here on a mission to assassinate the leader. So she's like waiting for the opportune time to do it. And she's also like trying not to like, get these guys involved with it. So she's like, hey, let's go do some things in the meantime. Brought Lookdown to a store. He learned currency. And then they went to like the beach area here to spend the day there. And Lookdown almost drowned somebody. And
that also did happen.
He was kind of a mean person. Streams down.
It like went down for a brief second, but it's back up. Just gotta refresh. I don't know about the shorts one, but
shorts one looks like it's still going for me. Yeah, there we go. So after all this, Alice kind of how does she leave you? I'm trying to remember what it was that she said that she.
I think like
she tried to send me and Rizzy to leave. I remember being angry. Oh yeah, that's right, because I was traumatized by that thing.
Right.
Did you guys like go to the tavern to just eat, and then she's like, just do something else?
Right. You guys went to the western half of Vipin to go get food. Do you remember that? Yeah, and then she went to go do her own thing. She meets somebody inside the city named Melanie Durang.
Melanie Durang.
She was so annoying, my dear lord. She was trying to team up with Alice to take down Vinit Pang, who is one of the twin regals, because she's next in line for the throne. So she's like, assassinate Vinit Pang, and like, we will be great friends. And she's like, yeah, deal. And she's like, Alice is like shifty in a funny way, and she definitely has a lot of like chaotic evil in her. But Melanie Durang is just like, she was like the worst. And so even Alice was like, yeah, sure. Handshake. Alice sneaks into the mansion. And when is it that the party comes in? I think they come in.
The party came in before she tried to sneak in.
Right, because they were at the beach.
Which is why she was actually able to sneak in, because the guards were all fucking panicking. Pretty
That's
much.
right too. Yeah, there was like maybe 2 people posted still. Everybody else was going down to the border because it was border crisis city over there. But yeah, the party shows up. The rest of the party.
I don't think Tim's went.
That was just Pivot and Marth.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
Thames
I
came
think
in
they
briefly
went-
afterwards.
I think he went with them, but didn't go in the mansion.
Yep. Because I remember you went to the church.
Yeah.
So Thames, Maxwell, I think stayed. Pretty sure Max stayed at least.
Yeah, Max stayed at the doors to guard the castle.
And
Maxwell
keep
staying
Miss
guard castle.
Penelope safe.
So yeah, oh wait, Max, no. Pivot, yes. Pivot went alongside Marth to talk to Vinit Pang at his palace. Thames, I can't remember exactly what you were doing at the church. But you spent some time at the church. You met some very lovely people.
I think I was just trying to, like, interact with Farfoot and followers. I forget the specifics.
Yeah. But either way, Marth and Pivot make their way into the mansion. And in the meantime, while Marth is speaking to Vinit Pang, Pivot is playing a game. Let me open up the map for it. What was it called? Hey, it was called Vinit Pang.
Tinpin. I believe the game was called Tinpin.
Yep. The game itself was called Tin Pin that they were playing. In the meantime, while Marth was talking to the leader, Pivot was playing with just some like guards of the palace, and who are extremely prejudiced and very, very mean-spirited. But Pivot was like, he ends up beating them in game, and
In game, of course.
yeah, in game, of course. Ooh. The stream's still going. Hopefully, it is.
Beating them out of the game was for the guard captain.
Yeah, the dude, like, heavy charged one on a, and it fucking recoiled back into the stained glass window.
Yeah.
Which almost led to murder.
Yeah, so the fucking guard captain came down and beat his ass.
Let's see.
Like, put his neck on the fucking broken glass, didn't he?
Yeah, he put his, like, he bust his head, because, yeah, he broke the glass, the stained glass, so, God, what's his name?
Oh, God.
So I remember Bertram. Either way, this guy was badass. The captain, like, put his own men's, like, neck right on the glass. He's like, I don't want to see you do that shit again. Like, unacceptable.
Burdame.
Burdame, yeah.
Burdame, yeah, Sir Burdame.
Is stream still down here? It's being kind of weird on my side. Excellent connection, perhaps? Perhaps we're good? Hey, we are good. Okay, good. So Marth is having a conversation with Vinit Pang while Alice is in the air ducts. This could have gone a very interesting direction. Alice is here to assassinate the leader, so she's climbing through the air ducts as all this conversation is happening. She's going all the way through here. She gets spotted as she reaches the very top. The guards hear her, and she manages to escape, but like just barely. She does so with the help of Pivot. And because she was gonna stay and try to finish the job, but like the guards were gonna be swarming the palace, so there was not gonna really be an in for it. Pivot's like, hey, you got to get out of here. Like you're kind of just you're done for.
I love that. Alice?
Alice?
Alice. Like Pivot outs her, and then like, all right, you need to go.
The saving grace of this area was a reputation check, by the way, that you guys didn't make, which was great. Because if they knew who you were and they knew about like everything that was happening with you, they would have known full well that you didn't have an army to bring with you. So the fact that like you failed the reputation check on this instance was actually really good. Marth gets to sit down with the leader. He kind of hits him with a massive guilt trip in the fact that he's like, hey, like we used to be friends. My father was very nice with you. Like we helped each other out very often. Like why would you like be subservient to Mechlite? They're just gonna do the same thing to you. And he's like, yeah, I mean, there's truth in your words. I'm gonna have to talk to the other twin regal, but maybe it is time that we step up and help. Famous last words. Marth is like, oh great, you know, we actually worked out a deal. Alice gets away, which sets up a game show episode in which Burdame and some of the guards look for her, and Marth has to put them to sleep to make it seem like kind of rewrite things in their own mind to be like, yep, you got her, congratulations. You killed her. So crisis averted there. What happens after Trell though? Oh man, he went back to
we went back to Bilms.
It was also when Marth was walking out and he saw Look Down, he just screamed Look Down.
Oh,
and,
that's right too, yeah.
Val Rizzi almost had a hissy fit.
Yep. Because Val Rizzi, his introduction to Look Down was essentially like he wasn't around anybody. He knew that he had like a really kind heart, but he could kind of see, I mean, it's blatantly obvious that there's something that's going on with Look Down. And he's like, yeah, why is that? Like, he was like worried about him. He's like, why is he like this? And then he sees the way like Marth treats him and the fact that like he finds out
that he was the one that tortured him, I think.
Yeah, and Pivot's like, no, it's me.
No, man. Whoa, don't you take away this.
Hey, don't blame him. That's me.
That's me,
I take the credit for that.
That's my life's work, baby.
He's like, what's wrong with all you guys? I was in that game show. He was great. Marth Gaslights.
Yeah, that's the one where I got my fucking toenails ripped off, right?
yeah.
What?
It was the game show.
You were in the one where I got my toenails ripped off. I know that for sure.
Yeah, because I kept injecting people with steroids.
It was great.
I don't remember which one that was, but it's fucking...
Yeah, they ripped off your toenails and tried to kill Joe Swanson with it.
They did kill Joe Swanson with it.
Oh yeah, he was just gonna leave, and then they're like, yeah, we gotta put him out of his misery. Slice.
Can I read off my TLDR?
Yeah.
Marth gaslights a small country into attacking a significantly larger, wealthier, more militarized neighbor and cannot help nor intends to.
Yeah, it is a massive kind of bluff because Marth is like, we need it. Like, there's no way we get into this country without somebody else helping us. And like, honestly, these people have been behind closed doors for so long. They could have originally probably helped us. They decided not to. So yeah, he guilt trips them for sure. And Vinit Pang, let's see, where does this lead next? Did we go back to Belms or Reddish first?
I think... Oh god.
I think Reddish, because wasn't Bilms where we had the small tourney?
Yep. So yeah, I see it's Trell and then return to Belms. So,
yep.
Alice returns to Reddish, kind of has to deliver the bad news that she wasn't able to kill or assassinate Trell's leader, Vinit Pang. And let me open up Reddish here. And as they get back into Reddish, they see that the gates of Reddish have been destroyed. And that something has entered the city. And so it kind of sets off the alarms there. And they head into the city and find that Val Perot and Val Timpino, who would have known it, they were really evil all along. And they sets Val Findle's mansion on fire, Alice's dad. And he's just kind of sitting up there. He's just like, motherfucker, I ain't coming down.
Yep, that was where I got to have my favorite, one of the favorite things I ever said, which was, why couldn't it have been both? Oh, man. I was so sad about that. I was like, damn, that's good. I'm just mad I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, the setup for it essentially was that Val Timpino was robbing herself of the money to make it seem like she had no affiliation with anything that was happening inside the city. And then Val Perot was just like, yep, I got you your money back. There you go. So yeah, a big fight takes place in here. It is absolutely... There's so much happens in this fight. First of all, oh God,
Me and Alice run off. Well, Alice runs off to the mansion, and I chase after her, where we found Tempino and Perot basically executing civilians in the middle of the field.
Yeah, they had
and
mines set up.
Pivot and Thames went to go see a dog person thing.
Find the dog.
Dog tomorrow.
Yeah, let me put up the token for you, chat.
It was Marth, Thames, Max, and Pivot went to go get the dog because we thought it was just a fucking monster just rampaging in the town.
Yeah.
And looked down, and Alice, along with the Patovian New Order soldiers and the captain, went to fight and like save fucking Findle, Valfin.
One thing I'd like to point out, because it was really dope, and I am tooting my own horn here. Thames fucking threw Tempino into Val Perot, who was flying, and knocked them both down.
Oh, it was so sick.
It's true.
Because Val Perot is kind of annoying to deal with because he flies, and yeah, Thames just like manhandles Timpino and threw her right into Perot and knocked him down. It was so clutch.
We bombed a ton of civilians.
Yeah, a lot of civilians died in the process of them having to fight, but I mean...
Fucking landmines.
Yeah, it was the landmines. But, yeah, so the dog was up this way. And they... Why did I say the dog? Oh, my dear lord. The monster.
We got him.
The entire basis of Alice's character is that her father is a very, very wealthy drug lord. They sell something called Soul Drop. And Soul Drop has the capability of tapping into your genetics and morphing them, changing them. They can gift you incredible power, but for the most part, anybody that takes Soul Drop dies. And as you take more Soul Drop, it begins to morph your body even more. So Stephanie here was somebody from Alice's backstory who kind of got hooked to Soul Drop because her parents were gone, dead. She was like orphaned at that point, and she had a bunch of money. And she's just like, I'm so sad, like I have nothing left. I might as well just do drugs. And so she buys an egregious amount of Soul Drop, turns into a monster, and Alice was told to get rid of Stephanie by her father. And she's like, okay, I mean, I guess. Takes her out into the back of the woods with a couple of her guards, and she kills the guards instead and says, Stephanie, like, you have to leave. Get out. Never come back. And Stephanie, who is addicted to Soul Drop, goes out and collects a bunch of money and brings it back to the city to try to get some more while all of this is going down. So yeah, a giant fight ends up taking place. Val Findle ends up making an oath to the unnamed god of chaos, and turns into a terrifying monster. he puts a giant dome down over, it was Thames and Alice.
Yeah, that were the
Yeah,
only
because
two
it was a
that
giant
didn't
blast
get.
pass.
Yeah, he hit
Thrown out.
like everyone with the fucking Zinzao ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect description for it. He knocks everybody else away, and Thames and Alice were stuck under this dome. And Thames
I
is...
climbed it.
Yeah, I looked down and was climbing on top of it. This thing was like 100 feet in the air. But... what was I gonna say? Yeah, Thames ends up making a divine plea to Forfoden. He's like, "Oh, Forfoden, it ain't looking good, brother. Can I get some backup here? I'll do anything, man." In a very Thames way, so it was more like, you know, "Hey, Forfoden, can I get a hand?" And so Forfoden brings a massive divine hammer down on top of the glass dome and shatters it entirely. And then the party's like, "Roll in, boys, let's go get him! Fucking get him!
Pile the motherfucker!
Pile on! They end up killing Alice's father.
I fell 200 feet.
Yep, yeah, Lookdown fell for fucking days. But they do end up killing all of the Vals except for Val Rizzi, who is the one good Val, essentially. Other than, I guess,
He's one of the
Alice.
good ones.
Yeah, he's just one of the good ones.
As Riz.
The after effect of everything that happened was pretty brutal for everybody in the city. Marth's like, "Hey, we could still use your help, Alice. I know that things are, like, you know, really shitty here. You guys just went under a legitimate, you know, terrorism attack, but, like, we could still absolutely use your help." And she's like, "I would love to." No, she didn't say that. She was like, "I can't." She's
More
like, "I got."
specifically, nah.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so. I have to stay here with Val Rizzi and help rebuild my city. So Alice splits apart from the party, and they move on. They have to do they have to separate. And it was pretty heartbreaking in the moment to see the party have to split apart from her. And they end up heading to Bilms one last time before they leave for their journey. Because they're like, "Hey, probably a good idea to visit here." I think
the actual reason was... Oh, what was it? Was it... Solyet broke out, right? With the...
Yes, she did do that. She broke out, and you had a dream. Yep.
About Bilms getting covered in night and fog. Like, maybe we should go check on things there. Just to...
So yeah, Pivot has like a terrible dream that the night and fog, the stuff that was hurting them inside the castle, was covering Bilms and killing its people. And at the same time this happening, guess who has returned? Season 1 has reared its ugly face right back. Solyet Alexandrite, after all this time, is found out to be alive, in the form of a husk dragon. She erupts from the basement and talks to Pivid and offers Pivid to join her. She's like, I could use your help. Like, we'd make a great team. And Pivid's like,
No.
thanks for the offer, but no. And as she erupts from the castle once more, the night and fog goes through, and it's like devouring things. It almost kills Penelope. They do manage to save her. But yeah, Solyet
Still up
erupts.
in the air what happened to Steven.
Yeah, it was Steven.
Don't
We're
know.
still waiting. Yeah, the rat.
Yep.
But yeah, Solyet bursts from the castle and heads south. And the party's like, well, fuck, I guess. It's not the worst thing for us, I suppose, because it's something that takes their eyes off of us for now. We'll take any distraction we can get, but that's probably not a good thing that's happening.
Probably.
Incoming worst NPC to date. What the fuck? Open.
You
Have
know
we gotten to
exactly
him
who
yet?
I'm talking about.
We're about to
Is
get
he
there.
coming up?
So
Oh,
yeah,
it is in. It was in Bills we got him, isn't it?
yeah, this is the return to Bilms before they head out. They show up in Bilms here. I'll wait for it to load. And
Place of my birth.
oh yeah. Country roads.
Take me home.
Team DMs. Hold on, I can't check it on desktop because I think it'll reveal it.
Crash everything.
I love
Maybe not.
looking at my notes, and it's like, there's a rat in our information system, and then I put in parentheses, it's me, sad face.
Only kind of. Oh, that's depressing, actually.
Yeah, Pivot had the downside of the god of order coming inside of him repeatedly.
Hold up.
Oh yeah, something small, I guess. Just a small thing to mention. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll get to that.
yeah. I guess we have time to still get to that. I don't think it's. Has it been like really big yet? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Pivot. Yes, because this goes back to Hellspring. I remember. Pivot has had a really nice voice that's been talking to him. And it's been kind of just like reaching out to him when he like sleeps and when he's like alone. And it kind of like I don't remember if you thought maybe it was
I thought it was the Fell Angel.
Yeah, because it's like a very nice, sweet, sincere kind of whispering voice. It ends up being Niall, the goddess of order. And yeah, we'll get to that later. We'll get to that part later. But yeah, the party shows back up in Bilms here.
One headache at a time.
And as they show up in Bilms, they see that the Blue Sparrows, who they encountered in Verlight Gardens, who Marth killed a bunch of, and they killed the ones that were in the maze, they have infiltrated Bilms and set up camp in the middle of the park here. And they're using it as a dueling arena. And where's Kai Alder? Let's see. Kai Alder. Kai Alder is facing off against... Where's the boy? Harvest Gob. Harvest Gob, who's the leader of the Blue Sparrows, is fighting Kai Alder and absolutely manhandling him, and kind of tosses him away right as he's about to die. Like the party kind of zooms in and they're like, "What the fuck is going on?" And Kai Alder's like,
Oh, they wanted to talk to the leader, and I was the only one here. Thank God you're here. But, I would have been...
"Okay." And they're like, "Yeah, okay, get out of your old." And they meet Harvest, who is the leader of these goblins, and he's a very... I don't know if you want to describe what Harvest is like.
He's very matter of fact and like weirdly calculating for a goblin.
He's
Also
got a
wasn't
brain,
the
which is
worst.
surprising.
He wasn't the worst either. He was just like, I really just want to fight shit.
Yeah, Harvest was kind of harsh but fair. He shows up, he explains to the party that he shows up in Verlight and he finds a bunch of his men dead. And that there was a girl in Verlight, like a little child. And kind of gives you like that feeling right off the bat. And they're like, "Oh shit, did he kill Colette?" And he's like, "No, I just like wanted to know who did this to my boys. And like you'll be okay." And he doesn't hurt her. But he finds out from her that the party, killed some of his men. So he shows up in Bilms here, and he's like, "All right, like I want to find the person who killed a lot of my guys." And the party shows up. They talk to him, and he's like, "Listen, let's have a little tournament. Like if you can kill, or like best, I think it was, what was it? 3 out of 4." Yeah, I think it was like 3 out of 4. If you can best us in these fights, then we will accompany you. We'll join you and we'll help you in your forces because we also don't like Mechalite. Like, they have been, like, we showed up here and we've been constantly at combat with them. He's like, yep, we'll join you if you best us 3 out of 4. 2 out of 2, we'll just go our separate ways. If we win 3 out of 4 or more, then we're taking the city for ourselves. And so they have like a little mini tournament arc. Sets up really, really dope fights. Maxwell fights a bunch of the small goblin boys. He tries to use his cards as weapons. It's really fucking funny. But then he ends up just kind of bonking them because he's a giant meat shield. Wins his fight. Look Down faces off against... let me see if I can find
3
them.
little bird things, right?
Yeah, they're like rat
called.
bird creatures.
Two-headed rat
Also,
birds.
I forgot to mention when we went to Trail, I think that's also when I got my eye patch.
Yes.
It's in the picture. Because the entire time I'd been just holding my hand over my eye to make sure the Civilonian didn't get out.
I think he had just like a cloth, right?
Yeah, I tore off a piece of my my clothing to wrap around my face.
What were
It's like the smartest thing I think Look Down has done ever. I mean, as far as keeping a deadly creature inside of your eyeball,
Yeah, it was pretty
goes,
clutch, honestly.
the idea of getting an eye, like putting something around his face to cover his eye.
Wasn't it in the H's?
So
Either way-
sad that during the Hellspring part you didn't mention Pivot fucking diving into the boiling water with his eyes open.
Oh god,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
To get the Civilonian out of it.
Yeah.
Either way, Look Down ends up fighting rat monsters, essentially. It's like a tri-headed, or a dual-headed rat monster. Ends up beating those. And then Pivot faces off against Harvest. And Harvest, he actually almost beats Harvest. Harvest, yeah, passed one save and was able to go get to him. And downed him. Didn't kill him. And so it was 1-2. And so...
Let him.
Yeah, it was gonna be a slaughter fest between everybody.
Took a
Urban murder.
snaggletooth from Pivot though.
Yeah, he took he took one of Pivot's teeth because he has them as a collection. He's a bit of a mage hunter.
Free dentistry.
Yeah.
For real.
He's cool like
We'll
that.
kill him later.
Don't mind the bleeding.
Hey, there's blood too at dentistry. They just cover it up quickly.
Just a smile with
Cover
blood
it
going
up.
down your...
They got that whole little pipe. That's exact purpose is to suck the blood
Yeah, they got the
and swivel
hose.
away.
They got the cotton swabs where whenever I got my tooth pulled.
Oh man, when I got my tooth pulled, it was the greatest feeling ever, man. Oh, I mean, I didn't like the Novocaine needle bit. Like that was uncomfortable. But, like when they stick it into your gum and you're just like, that's weird. Yeah, that part.
I'm going fucking numb. The last fight was between Harganto, who is Harvest's right-hand man, and Thames. Thames beats him by strangling him, if I remember correctly, right?
He caught the chain weapon that Harganto uses and then wrapped it around his neck and kept holding it.
Yeah, he suffocated him. Didn't kill him, which Harvest definitely respected. So the Blue Sparrows ended up joining the party and giving their support. They said, "Hey, listen, we're already fighting a bunch of Chaos and Mechalite already. We don't necessarily need another enemy. It'd be kind of nice to have an ally, actually." And so that all takes place. They have a nice dinner inside Belmont's Tavern and exchange some stories. Pivot gets really chummy with Harvest, which is really great. And after that, they had begun to head towards, if I'm correct, Oh no, this was right. There was one other thing that happened before they went to the border, which is they decided to go into the basement to take care of anything and everything that might be there because they're like, hey, if there was a husk dragon that erupted, we thought Sully was dead. Whatever else might be down there needs to probably be dealt with. And so the party goes down into the basement portion. They come across a bunch of.
Wait, is this when we also get the war room? Is this first usage of it?
I
or
think
did we
so.
already use it up to this point?
No, I think that was the first time you guys used the war room.
At least properly. We had it for
Yeah.
Got the biggest smile on my face.
Oh no.
So they head into the basement. They come across cages.
Go wrong.
Cages that had like bones in them, and they kind of continued to move past it. And actually, should I open up the basement port? It's gonna take a while to load, so probably won't. But it was a pretty cool arena. They end up getting down to the bottom of the basement, and it was like a kind of like a cliffside and a giant like pool in the middle of just black chaotic haze. And
It looks sick.
it was I'm actually really happy with the way that one came out. And coming out of the I can't remember. It was Thames. It was Thames kind of breaking some of the, what was it? Oh no, it was Thames shouting. Yep.
Yeah.
Shouting, yep.
There was some treasure
I forgot which
chests
chest to open.
at the bottom of the basement, and Thames there was a riddle there. Thames asked like the order in which the party had met Soliet, because that was the riddle, and he yelled kind of across the chasm, and it awakened the Unholy One. Let me show you what the Unholy One looks like, chat.
Man, what a fight. I can't wait to turn into one
killed
of those.
this.
That'll look so cool.
Let's see. The Unholy One. Here we go. This is what he looks like. Basically, the Unholy One constantly sings, and he has, it was 4 hands, I believe. Or it was
4.
Yeah, it was 4. They all had different things that they did in turn orders, and the party had a pretty rough time fighting it because this thing was pretty high level.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough time. Nothing too crazy or anything.
To be fair though, party kind of killed it.
We literally did kill it. I don't know.
Yeah.
There wasn't much kinda.
We didn't really. I don't think it was us that killed it, if I recall correctly.
You guys were doing pretty good though.
We would have had it. We would have
we
had it.
we would have had it if he stayed, but
But being very hard to gauge as to whether they were going to be winning the fight or not. Do you want to explain it, Michael?
Okay, so you know how singing requires your throat passage to not have a turtle in it. Its singing would constantly bring back anything around it that had died back to life. It had these hands, which were, not gonna lie, kind of beating the fuck out of us. A couple of them had the chance to make things even worse. And the thing is that we can't exactly tell how fucked up a chaos being looks because we've never seen one before. So we look at it, and like we're doing pretty well. The difference is like nothing about it's changed other than the fact that we know things are going to get worse very soon. So Tim's climbs on it and then gets into its mouth, starts cutting things up, and then decides to go full tally-ho lads and then hops in its throat. It can't sing anymore, therefore it cannot resurrect its hands. The hands stay dead. The issue is that there was no calculations except right whenever Tim's decided to go into his throat, in which case he contacted Forfoden and said, hey, if I go into Chaos Planes, can you take me out? Forfoden's like, hell no, why are you asking me this now? And Tim's does it anyways, and then the Unholy One decides to go into the Chaos Planes, bringing Tim's with him.
Yeah, the Unholy One, knowing he was kind of in a losing position, decided to go down into because this is a creature of the Chaos Planes, and it was chained down to the haze, so it couldn't like escape the basement. But it was, it was kind of just there, which is kind of a big deal. So yeah, it goes down back into the Chaos Planes, and Thames got to have a nice conversation with the unnamed god of chaos. Forfoden tried to save Thames, was not able to.
Just one quick thing too.
Yeah.
Just because Michael also clutched another thing, which was there was a floating eye that if we died would have sucked our souls into, and he basically trapped that. So that was one thing we didn't have to worry
He
about.
blocked it. In
Yeah.
a solid box.
There was like a wooden bridge that was around there that had led to one of the islands that we like didn't have to go to. So using the Forfoden powers, which I suppose are important to mention now, Forfoden lets Thames instantly deconstruct and reconstruct things at the cost of the fact that Thames still physically has to take the toll. Thames deconstructs the bridge, and then Baby cages the eye, can no longer see us, and therefore cannot take anything's soul.
Yeah, it was actually a massive part of the fight. 'Cause it
Would have
was
made that
probably
fight
scary.
way harder.
It's not even like dies, it just goes down, right? For the eye?
It might have been. I'd have to recheck on it, but yeah, it was. I think it was. If somebody goes down, it takes the soul of that person.
Because it wasn't too long after that Pivot went down.
Yeah, because Pivot went down. I think twice during that fight.
Yeah, it was bad.
Look
Who else
down,
got
fellas.
really
Oh,
fucked
help
up?
us.
There's like
Maxwell?
I don't think
I
Max got
might have
hit
also-
too much.
No,
I think
look, that was
Marth got
messed
fucked up pretty hard.
yeah, Marth did.
We didn't know.
I wanna say I think it's-
the thing about look down though.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, I
okay.
wouldn't. Yeah, I didn't get that fucked up, but I swear I remember getting like pretty low HP where I was
You
just
were
kind
like
of like,
at 8
yeah,
at one point.
yeah.
Got me up and I healed you and then got fucking bodied again.
Bonk. But yeah, Thames. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah. I guess an addendum to that, I remember it being so bad to the where it was described as like look down just being utterly coated in blood and purple substance. So
Oh yeah, because I had chaos damage done to me, so it was just like emanating. I was like, yeah, he doesn't sell it, but man, he's panting.
So yeah, Thames goes down the throat, and they goes down to the Chaos Planes. As the creature is going down through the Chaos Planes, the unnamed god of chaos is contacting Thames and kind of just prodding. He's like, yeah, what are you doing? Like, your soul's gonna belong to me now. Or, sorry, your soul belongs to Forfoden, but your body's gonna belong to me, buddy. And, Thames, like, hits him with, like, the badass, like, retaliations. I can't even remember exactly what it says, but it's all so good. And as he's going deeper and deeper down into the Chaos Planes, chaos haze is pouring down this thing's throat and starting to affect Thames's body. He's hitting with like really, really massive like divine saving throws, but each divine saving throw that he's failing, he was being shown various things from his life, like potential things that might have happened. And it was like chaos versions of them. So he was like going into like in and out of like a sleep, essentially. And one of them was really, really big to his backstory, which, I mean, let's see. Actually, a couple of them were relatively big towards his backstory. One of them was his brother Philip waking up. And another one was Fia, a Turliad from his past. She meets Renthal, who's Soliet's boyfriend slash husband, at the border of Mechalite and Petovia, and she says, "Hey, like take me," because Renthal was out hunting Turliads. And she's like, yep, like, it's fine, just kill us. And it turns out that Renthal was being forced to hunt these Turliads, essentially. And so he's like, hey, listen, I don't kill anything that doesn't put up a fight. Like, you guys are already walking husks. You're already dead to me. Like, leave. There's like a place nearby. Go there. Like, I don't care, but get out of my sight. I don't want to see you, but just leave your Alexandrite gems. I'm taking them. They belong to the state now. And Fia, like, refused to leave, so he ends up fighting her. And the final kind of vision or dream that he has is Renthal coming across him, and it was Fia who asked him to go find Thames. And so there's a lot of, like, chaos just becoming Thames's truth as to whether it's actually true or not has yet to be seen in the campaign. But as this is all happening, Thames is like, it's engulfing his arms, so he's just like, all right, I gotta go down, or else, like, I'm just dead. Because the jaw of the Unholy One gets snapped open from the unnamed god of chaos, and it's just pouring down its throat now.
He also, I think, cut out the Unholy One's vocal cords while he was in its throat.
Yeah, so it could never sing again. And Pivot, do you want to explain what happened?
Oh god. So the voice that Pivot had been hearing, which is Neal, the god of order, basically called out to Pivot and said, hey, with our connection, you can use, like, I can save him. You just need to cast the armor into the void and I will rescue him. And Pivot's like, alright! And fucking just sent it. And the armor formed around Thames and shielded him from the effects of the fog and just dragged him up fucking by the back of his shell back into the mortal plane. Which unknown Pivot at the time kind of completed a contract that he had inadvertently made with Neal, which allowed her more free access to him, I believe.
Yeah. And, so, at the end of the day, everybody is alive. Thames's arm is coated in chaos, and his mind is mentally fogged with chaos, but he is alive. And they, clear out the entire basement area. Congratulations, let's go. We're going to the border now. no real rest. Like, they get a little bit of rest along the way, I think. I gave you guys a long rest. And you guys show up at the border. Actually, let me open it up.
Everybody thought that he was going to be dead. We go to bring him back to his room, and Penelope's there, and we're like, oh,
hey, child.
That he's alive. Because this would have been the worst scene ever.
Oh, that was when Penelope made the thing for him
The
inside
handle.
of his room. Oh, God, it was going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, that would have been awful if we were like, oh, he's just on vacation forever.
We put him out the pasture.
He's in the big Turliad farm in the sky.
He's sitting over at
Wait, are you saying even the gods fucking participate in the harvesting of Alexandrite, bro? That's fucked up.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
While this loads up, essentially how this all took place, they had a meeting beforehand with Vinit Pang and Trell, and came to the agreement that Vinit Pang would send his ships to rally a surprise attack on Mechalite, like one of their I don't want to. I think it was a base of theirs to hit them with a surprise attack, and as a distraction, they would be able to get through the border because it should draw troops from the border. Because they're like, oh yeah, we probably don't have to worry so much about that. And so Vinipang's like, yep, I agree to that. I wish us the best of luck in the world, please. And Marth's like, yep, you got it, buddy. Well, it ends up that they expected the assault, and they absolutely made fuck on Vinit Pang and his navy. And Vinit Pang's like, bro, what? Like, what is this deal? Like, I want nothing to do with you anymore. Marth, like, calms him down and is like, he had to roll the fattest persuasion check ever. But he's like, listen, like, you need to, like, keep your mind, you know, focused and, like, focus on the objective with us. Like, now we're both in this. Like, you need to like, whether you're happy with this or not, to help us out still. Like, and he's like, all right, whatever.
I think on that one, actually, he rolled a nat 1, and Vinnipeng just fucking hung up.
That was, yeah, because it did happen later. That's
yeah.
right, too. Because the other one was with Eldrin. Yeah, so it was the nat 1, and Vinnipeng just hung the fuck up. He was like, no, this is a bad day.
I'm not gonna listen to this shit right now.
The party starts to wonder, why did that happen? It's kind of weird that they just kind of knew. And it was Abraham Drew, who was somebody that they met at Vinnipeng, an NPC. Let me drag him in. Who said that there was a rat in the ranks of the party. Somebody must have given Mechalite some kind of tip-off that they were going to be attacked. And Abraham Drew kind of brings this to Marth's attention, and he kind of says, he's like, yeah, you know, it's looking like maybe Pivid's a rat. And so Marth kind of like asks Piv, he's like, do you trust me? And Pivid's like, okay. He puts him to sleep. They go inside of Pivid's mind and there try to find, because Niall has been secretly spying, Niall has been spying on them through Pivid, essentially, to figure out their plans. And so they go into Pivid's memories. There's a bunch of logs. I would highly recommend that episode if you want to see, like, the very nice particulars of how fucked up the experiments were that Pivid had to perform on people. But yeah, they go into his mind. They find.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah, me.
You were all of those people and more.
They get to the end, which is a hole through Lookdown's cell room. Lookdown reaches up to him and simply just says why. And Pivid moves on, goes through the hole, and the last area is like his former house, and it is a young Pivid with a book, like one of his favorite books when he was like a kid. And he is desperately trying to like move the pages in the book, but there's a hand that is like ripping them apart and throwing them on the ground, and Pivid's having to pick them up and piece it back together, but the pages are falling off faster than Pivid can put it together. They end up fighting the vacillation anima, killing it, removing Niall's spying eye from the party, and only then are they ready to get to the border. Does
That
anybody?
fucking tree look familiar?
We're almost there. Does anybody want to talk about the border?
Oh, fuck.
Lookdown's favorite NPC was there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that was when we decided to have two teams, where it was a first team would be like the stealth, and the second team would stay far back, and there would be like a flare that was shot into the air to signal them to come in. And we thought there was going to be issues, but we wanted to do some reconnaissance. And when we get there, the door was open. I went on a little bit further ahead to try and scope things out, because I'm the perceptive, stealthy one. And the Radiant Knight was just fucking chilling there, and I was like, fuck.
This
Ran back,
Radiant was very real, by the way.
Yeah. And
I got the
went back, talked to Marth, because it was me, Marth, Gems, and Agatha that went with us, the quiet team. And we signaled the rest to join us, and we had a nice, lovely conversation with the Radiant Knight, and basically wanted to bring... Was that the summit? I know, or like there was something that was. I know there was a lie that was said. I know that, yeah. There was,
got you.
Yeah, I know there was a lie that was said, but the Radiant Knight basically said, "Yeah, totally need to do this thing," Pivot, you gotta come with me. And then
Like you made a
Pivot
promise
did.
to Niall.
Mm,
You need to come and collect on that debt. And
that's
Pivot's like, that makes sense. I guess things don't happen for free. Like, later, y'all.
And yeah,
that's right.
Martha was like, "Hey, bro, you don't have to do this." And Pivot's like, "Yeah, I really do, actually, though." And the Radiant Knight also tosses what seems to be Marth's head to Marth and throws it on the ground in front of him. But yeah, Pivot ends up joining the Radiant Knight and TPing out. And the party's like, okay, great. We're down kind of the person that keeps everything together here.
The important guy.
And yeah, like they said, there was no guards on there. Solyet kind of came through, and the Radiant Knight's like, yeah, I sent them all away. So they head into the castle and cross the border into their first target, which is Brevere.
I believe Alice was at the border as well at this point.
Yes. Yep. Good point.
She was gonna have a really cool entrance, but we decided to not attack the Radiant Knight.
One thing I'd like to mention too that's pretty big is that about Pivot leaving. So with the main party, you got tank damage dealer, damage dealer, and then Pivot, who is utility and healing. The only one. So if it's like you got will make you sad and then get killed, you got will sass you then kill you, will kill you brutally, or will kill you and then sass you and then sass you more.
Yeah.
So there's a very one-dimensional problem-solving team here. And then Marth, who has to deal with us.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Marth's the only one who would actually talk about problems first. And...
Oh dear lord.
yeah.
But yeah, there's a reunion
well
with
machine
Alice. Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, but we'll get to it later.
Alice rejoins the party, and they all head
rejoicing.
into. Yeah, there was much rejoicing for sure. Actually, everybody was very pretty happy. I mean, Thames was probably like, okay, cool, I guess. It's good to have another person around. And their main target in Mechalite, now that they are in, is Brevere. And Brevere is a kind of mountain, a city that's in the mountains. They are a mining city, like through and through. Bunch of natural resources every year come out through Brevere. And actually, can I give you a... Man, I feel like if I open up Brevere, it's going to take half a century.
I mean,
But
you gotta. There's so much that happens there.
Yeah. Let's see. So we'll just talk while it's going. BR Revere. Oh wait, I have it set up as Pivot's dream.
Hold up.
That's where Marco Falfadar.
Marco.
Oh, wait. Can I add the screen in time?
No.
There will be spoilers on the screen. Oh, it's Fog War. God bless. We love this. I'm just gonna move it off as far as humanly possible. And hopefully that's good, you know? Alright. So as this is loading, the floor is right there. Keep scrolling, Scoob!
Are you a fucking
Good.
horse, dude?
Get out of there, Scoob! I think I'm going the wrong way. Let me go up. Oh god, I see something that's target. Oh no.
How much should you hide on this fucking map?
So King's actually right now reenacting Pivot's thought process when going to visit quote unquote Niall.
Yeah.
This is awful.
I'm sure that'll load in fine.
Yes.
We'll adjust
There's
it if it
much-
needs to.
I'm sure
Um,
it'll be fine.
Is there some... Let's see, I'm wondering if there's anything else that we're missing. That's kind of important. I mean, we didn't really say that we got gems, but we got a
Oh.
new guy named Gems.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
nobody's-
was kind of
No,
hoping we would
great.
skip past that. To be honest.
As you can tell, everybody's favorite.
Maybe if like we like forgot him in the recap, we'd forget him like in the main campaign.
He's a very
Honestly, at this
important
point,
character.
emergency meal for Scythe. All right.
Oh
Look,
god.
He's literally the beat stick of the group. Like somebody has to be it, and it's not just Max now.
Yeah, Max somehow has reached steps above the worst.
Max, a little pathetic, sometimes cringy, and then you have the alternative, sex offender.
Yeah. Mr. kicked out of Mechalite because of how awful he was. Look
We
down.
drag him
didn't
back
even
to
like-
Mechalite so he can commit more crimes before he's inevitably caught and then killed.
You're going
Yeah,
back
but
home,
at
buddy.
least-
I mean, literally, you just have to say he's from Mechalite, and Slife will probably deal with him while he sleeps.
Be one good way to take care of it. Has he done anything useful yet?
Of course.
Actually, though.
No.
I guess got through the
He's-
gates of
he's a-
Rivera later.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would say because he's our guide through Mechalite, or is supposed to be. How useful he actually ends up being about that.
I was gonna
is,
say he
you
did
know.
give some information on Brever, which ended up being kind of useful. Okay, so it is hiding the screen. Good. Let me adjust this really quickly so you guys don't get hit with massive spoilers. Oh
Massive,
boy.
he says.
How am I gonna do this? Oh mama. I'm just gonna delete a bunch of stuff. Yikes. Oh god, that's a lot of stuff. Yep, and it's all gone now. Is that everything?
Did you make a copy before you did it?
I didn't save it, so I'm just not gonna
Okay.
save it as I.
Hopefully it doesn't autosave.
The autosave function got disabled because something went wrong. There was an error.
Hey, let's go.
All right, so player screen. Disable fog. Yeah, so over there's a wall here, and grass. But yeah, so here's Brever. And it is very much so destroyed now. But there was a dam going right through here. It took all the waters from the mountains rolling off, and it made a giant kind of lake on each side. It has like a crescent moon shape to it. And as they show up in Brever, the plan is to, spoiler alert, unfortunately, say that they had a bomb that they were going to set off on the dam and flood the city. This was kind of the plan going into Brever. But as they show up in Brever, they notice that there is a massive overhanging blood fog over half of the city. You see where this line is right here, chat? This kind of like blackened area. This is from here up where this blood fog was. So it was pretty much taking over 2/3 of the city at very least. At this line here, there was a lot of Kalitikarian priests holding back this fog from going into the rest of the city. So the party just kind of like hot drops in here and hits a collective
Oh, fuck.
So Marth is like, yeah, maybe I'll figure out what's going on here. He heads into the city here. There was a like a tavern that was right over here, and there was a Star Scion, who are essentially alien people. And he goes to talk to him, and the guy wants nothing to do with him. Can't really glean any information from it. I think it was you, Thames, that Forfo
Yeah.
Den gave the information for what was kind of happening for the blood fog.
Yeah, and kind of gave the backdrop of how history is kind of repeating itself.
Right. So, a long time ago, essentially, there was a dragon named Ha-Karam, and this dragon had a brother, and they were tricked by a fell goblin gangster into believing that they were going to be looting a bunch of treasure. But only when they got to the treasure vault, it was a big trap. And they locked them in and assaulted them over a span of days. And the brother told Hakaram, he's like, listen, there's no hope for us. We're probably both going to die here. But should I die, I want you to eat my body, get sustenance, and kill them. And Hakaram's like, I promise. Meanwhile, Talidus and why am I blanking?
There's a lot of names to remember.
Hexal Ghoul. The two dragon gods, essentially. One of them's a human god of dragons, and then one of them's a dragon god of dragons. Talidus, who's the human god, is having an argument with Hexal Ghoul, saying, hey, this isn't our situation, we should stay out of it. Hexal Ghoul is like, hey, you're not a dragon, you don't understand our problems, you stay out of it, we need to do something about this. They have a giant fight between gods, and Hexal Ghoul goes to strike Talidus with lightning, only it shatters it through the realm and brings it down on top of Hakaram, killing him instantly. The lightning strikes Hakaram, stops his heart. And then they were like, oh, shoot, maybe we should talk about things instead of fight him. We kind of fucked up. And they believe that Hakaram is dead. Hakaram comes back to life as a husk dragon, eats his brother, and then has a thirst, an appetite to constantly consume other dragons and take on their derangements. And so he bursts out, kills the Fell Goblin gangster, doesn't stop there, and starts trying to bring about the end of the world. And one of the forms of that was in Blood Fog. Blood Fog would go over cities and kill, essentially cull the weak. Just kind of killing them instantly, and he was just taking their souls that way. And so this was brought to Thames' attention by Forfo Den, and Thames was like, oh, okay, interesting.
Yep, it's like, so, Forfo Den, you mean to tell me that, we're gonna have to stop the end of the world? On top of, Mechalite?
Sounds great.
Yeah, this sounds awesome, man, thanks.
Listen, how did this, what happened next here? I'm trying to remember.
I remember we went and talked to the mayor because Alice found out about the daughter of the mayor being lost in the mountains.
Right.
Somebody had to go into we were talking about going into the mines to get bombs, but I'm trying to remember how we got there.
That's right, too. The plan was to, actually get kind of like the resources.
Yep.
Because the idea behind it was, hey, we're gonna bomb your city, but then use the bombs to just intercept their army that was gonna be coming in to try to assist in the matter. That was like the plan. So they went into the mountains. The party goes into the mountains here, and
didn't we have to sneak into the mountains though? Like, didn't the army show up and we had to sneak around to go into the mountains?
Yep, you guys had to sneak to get out of the city because they had showed up. It was Baikel, Zazumba, Zaphadil, and the Maga troops.
It was because Pivot was gone. We had to do because me, Alice, and Thames, and Max and Marth stayed behind to keep them distracted or to go to the castle for some reason.
Yeah, Marth was causing a distraction for them because they were already here. So he's like, guys, we are running out of time. I'll distract them with the castle because it's big and floaty, and catch their attention. You guys need to go get those explosives so we can basically assault them with it. And so, yeah, the party goes into the mountains. They find a bunch of cryolaps, as well as, oh boy, there was a lot of adventures that took place here.
Uh-huh.
Lookdown got to talk to some miners.
Yep.
Ayo.
We get along real well.
Big fan of the miners.
Big fan of the miners.
But yeah, look down. Kind of. You told them that their city was destroyed,
No,
right?
No, what happened was Thames got to have the greatest line in the campaign ever, where they basically gave him shit for looking weird, and he says, "Ha ha." Yeah, and he's fucking ha ha. You're fucking down.
Wait, but it actually was destroyed. So wait, the bomb had already gone off at this point.
At that point, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
this was
No,
afterwards.
different minds, different
right,
minds.
right.
Yeah.
This was afterwards.
Different minds.
Also,
Because-
we cannot mention the MAGA truth without actually mentioning what the acronym stands for anyone that has not gotten to this point.
The Mechalite Ardent Guerrilla Army.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go searching
Close
for explosives in the mountains. I'm trying to remember if anything happened that was.
Is that Dirty Yams or Smelly Yams or whatever his name was.
Yes. Yes, that happened, but I want to say that was afterwards, right? Yeah, that was afterwards.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because that was when we. Yeah.
Yeah, when big things happened.
What the heck? Oh, this is when I first. Yeah, no, because this is when I first learned my secret tech. Because we went in.
You guys went in on 2 separate occasions, though. I think the second one you
Yeah.
went in to see Smelly Yams.
Because we fought the caterpillar things, right?
I think we got to Smelly Yams first, which
yeah.
whenever we got there, we got his cryolapse and we yoinked his stuff. With said cryolapse, we found a bunch of Mechalite Ardent Guerrilla Army, like soldiers leaving, and we had our big showdown with Baikol's Azumbazafadil.
Oh,
Because
that's
that
right,
was when we.
too.
Because that was the armored caterpillar things with the you've whatever the hell you called it, and looked down, found out
Margs.
tech, which is once you drop to 0 HP, you make everybody around you fall unconscious, and then become evil, and also have your limbs and phalanges broken apart with strings in between them, holding them together. Serviette Daniels, you know, the not very important guy that we were talking about earlier, shows up and absolutely rips ass on everything that is fucking existing in the room. It's pretty fucking insane. Also, if he gets hit, he disappears and comes back with a free attack. And if I get hit, I just gain that in HP. So I don't know if there's like a limit on this ability, but it's pretty fucking great to find out you're actually immortal, even if you are an asshole while you're doing it.
Yeah, Look Down goes down, and yeah, they end up housing these these things were a nightmare. These caustic rollums.
Yeah.
The Marg I thought was going to be a bigger deal, but Thames absolutely brutalized it.
He basically did the equivalent of like this one man jumping it and then said, "Fight back, fight back." Didn't do that.
But yeah,
was
they defeat these monsters in here. Massive kind of plot things with Look Down, and they head down into this lair where a goblin by the name of Smelly Yams is hiding out, and he's pretending to be essentially what is the equivalent of a vampire. He has like little vampire teeth, and he's like, out, get out! Like, this is my lair, I'll kill you! And Tim's like, okay, I'm coming down, you better get the fuck out! But yeah, they get all the cryolapse explosives that they need to assault this army. And as they make their way back up, Thames is looking to assault perhaps like a lot of the soldiers that are kind of out and walking through here. But as he comes across them, instead of keeping formation, they decide to scatter every and which way. And Thames is like, okay, I guess we're just going into the city then. They go into the city to see Baikel Zazumba Zafadil, their leader, which I'll put him up on the screen here.
He is anyone that's caught up. He is the body that's on the floor.
Yeah, he is currently the body that's on the floor of Thames's forge. He's just like, I can't even remember what he said to you beforehand, but he kind of wanted to just like talk at first, And then as he
So
walked
Thames
forward,
walks up to him naked.
Yeah. He had to deal with a Thames that just got calcified and therefore had significantly more Black Air Force energy than he already had. So
Thames hits one of his abilities called Will of the Last Turliad, which makes it so he can't take any damage from like strength, dex, impetus damage. Any of those things, as it's incoming to Thames, will not deal damage, and every time he gets hit by it, it increases his damage. So he pops that ability and tosses the cryolapse bag right in front of Michael Zazumba Zaphadil. It kills the fucking tavern owner that's right here who's mourning his wife. And a couple of the MAGA troops that were around him. And Michael Zazumba Zaphadil is just like, whoa! Yeah, baby! A fight breaks out. Alice gets absolutely decimated in this fight because she's weak to strength damage. Michael Zazumba Zaphadil hits, I think, the equivalent to her of what is like the, what's the Lotus technique for Rock Lee, where he fucking kicks them in the air and then like pile drives them into the ground. It's that essentially where he kicks them in the air, except on the way down he hits them with the people's elbow. And
Marth caught some smoke too.
Oh yeah, the knockout punch almost killed pretty much, or knocked Marth right out. He was down to like 1 HP and barely managed to like, I think he didn't fall unconscious somehow. But yeah, the party ends up killing Michael Zazumba Zaphadil. And they find out that there was actually a secret kind of bomb planted already on the dam. And
Convenient.
Yep, and it was ticking away. And the order kind of comes through to be like, hey, you know, probably not the best PR if this place actually blows to smithereens and the people drowned. You know, it's not great. They'll probably use it as a tool against us. And so they try to stop the bomb. Thames and Look Down do.
We wish it was Pivot.
And they were actually really close. They were on the final module of the bomb before it ended up just blowing up. They managed to survive the blast. However, everyone in the city drowned and was just kind of crushed underneath the waves.
We got a important message from Lord Eldrin, who was like, "Marcel Mance, your haircut is whack, and bitch, if you come to me, I will slaughter you."
You know, something about like a meeting or whatnot. And...
Well, the worst part was the recording assumed we stopped the bomb, so it was just made you feel even fucking worse.
Yeah, it was just kind of rolling out of the city. Nobody actually heard it, but I wanted to play it just as a closer. Yeah, so that kind of goes off. Pivot, in the meantime, do you want to explain what was happening to Pivot at the border?
Oh God. So, Radiant Knight at the border was in fact not the Radiant Knight. It's an illusion cast by, guess who? Our great old friend Solyet. She decided that their little meeting in the basement of Solyet Castle was not enough. So she dragged Pivot out to have another little chat. And basically reiterated the prior point of, hey, you wanna join me? We'll be partners, equals. And Pivot's like, fuck no.
Oh no, it's crashing.
Huh?
The application's crashing. Don't worry about it though. You keep going. I'll open it back up.
Wonderful. And Pivot's basically like, yeah, no, a hard pass on that one. You kind of ruined my life and killed my mother, so we're not gonna let that one slide. She's like, yeah, that's fair. I did the exact same thing. So they just parted ways, and Pivot had to walk from the border to Brevaire.
Yeah. She has to still think you're gonna join her.
Probably. Probably not.
Why didn't she kill you right then and there?
She just didn't care at that point, I don't think. A whole lot stronger than Pivot, so it's like, fuck it, whatever.
I want you to see my ascension.
Probably.
But yeah, Pivot has to make it his way all the way down through Mechalite to get to Brevaire. He, along the way, meets like a family in Greensand. Is this capturing properly? Good, yes. DM view. Play music, please. Yeah, he meets a family on his way. He meets like a former Mechalite soldier, like a vet, and his family essentially, who takes care of him. And a recruiter from Mechalite comes in, and
honestly, this is still one of my favorite scenes in the entirety of Marth's Dungeon. I gotta be honest.
It was so
absolutely loved
good.
everything that was about that scene.
Let me open up Green Sands if I can find it here. Oh wait, where's the
Pivot, say the one-liner again.
I can't remember it.
No! Unfortunately
It's
for
been
you...
like a month since I thought about anything.
Unfortunately for you, I'm the most capable. Something along those
Fortunately
lines.
for you, I'm the most competent of my company.
Yeah, the Mechalite recruiter shows up to the house after they are like, they're getting ready to have like a nice meal. They play a board game together, and it turns out like the son.
Play with children.
Yeah. The the son is kind of like very impressionable. He's like, oh, cool, war. I love this. This is great. And then the recruiter comes in, goes up to the boy here. Rivers, and here, I'll share the screen so you guys can watch it as well. Goes up to Rivers and says, hey, your service is still needed. And they're like, hey, Rivers can't move. He's rooted into the ground. He literally is incapable of moving, and he's just stuck in this chair as an old man. And the recruiter is like, yep, cut his roots off. We're taking him with us. Like he still has to serve his country. Pivot ends up solo fighting the recruiter and his I think it was 2 men, and absolutely houses him. The recruiter is the biggest coward, by the way. He like throws like knives from behind the backs of like his men to use them as body shields. It doesn't matter in the end. He kills them all, and the family is actually very grateful. Pivot's like, hey, I'm sorry that I caused you all this inconvenience. Listen, if they come back, say that I like forced my way into the house and that I kind of threatened you guys. That way it doesn't look bad upon you. And she's like, oh, that's so sweet. Take our horse Yum Yums. You'll be able to travel faster on her. And Yum Yums is this cute little pink horse.
Fucking pink pony.
Yeah, pink little pony that's like only big enough for fucking Pivot to ride. And he uses that
bread.
to get to Brevaire. So now everything is meeting up. The explosion at the Brevaire Dam floods the entire city. Pivot shows up right as this is happening and sees the area get flooded out, and he's just like, oh no. Turns out everybody is okay though, and they reconvene and decide to get some resources in the mountains before they head out, because they're like, this is our last opportunity. God knows this place is going to be swarmed with enemy troops the next time we get here. So Thames and the rest of the party kind of split up. They all go into the mountains, collect resources, and that is when certain things happen. Would somebody like to go for it?
Little caveat, after Alice got her shit rocked, Lookdown brought her back to the castle.
Yep.
To rest.
Lookdown brings her back to the castle to rest, and she's exhausted. She got like her shit rocked, and she's like, hey, I don't feel like I can really do this much anymore. Maybe I made the wrong decision joining. And look down, kind of like make sure that she's like good before he leaves. And so they're collecting resources in the mountains. Thames is split off from the rest of the party. He's carrying a crane by himself, like an absolute badass. And he comes across something called the Fear Father, which is a Homadi. And he he has to square up against that kind of by himself. And meanwhile, the rest of the party, which was... who was there?
Pivot,
Was it everybody?
Marth, Max, and Look Down.
Oh, it wasn't Marth. Marth and Alice were the only two that weren't there.
Oh yeah, Marth was in the castle. That's right. It was Max and Look Down and Pivot.
They exited the area after they kind of got the resources from it, and none other than the Radiant Knight was waiting for them outside of the cave entrance. He had Alice's skull in his hands.
Okay,
or
head,
sorry, yeah, it was head. It wasn't down to the skull.
the
It was
skull
her
quite yet.
decapitated head. And kind of had Marth by
I went
the,
into a
throat.
frenzy.
Yeah, Look Down immediately went to go jump on him. He got speared into the ground. Like, literally, a spear threw him into the ground. And he got stuck on the spear. The Radiant Knight states, he's like, hey, listen, you were warned about this. Like, this is the price for crossing into Mechlite. You already knew it was going to come to this. But he as a second thing says that there is going to be a summit between Niall is going to be there, as well as Lord Eldrin, the King of Mechlite, and a couple other people. But there's going to be a big summit, and he kind of demands that Marth join the summit so they can discuss the matter of Solia Alexandrite and what to do with her. Because she is causing a bit of a problem. Blood fog everywhere that's murdering people, and she is going to the sending tower, which is where all the souls get sent to the afterlife via Ascender, and she's trying to make her way in and ascend to godhood. This is all very well known to everybody at this point, and they're like, hey, listen, we might have our thing, our like war going on between all of us right now, but we have to deal with her, so you need to join the summit. Marth elects Pivot to join the summit because he's like, if I just show up at the summit, I'm dead. Like, they're just gonna kill me. So the Radiant Knight and, Niall agree to it. Pivot goes in the stead of Marth. And let me open up that map, actually.
Cody is trying to get your attention, so.
What happened?
Where we get Lalito.
Lalo. Oh, what's up, Bingo? Bingo, Keen DMs. What's up, boys? Welcome to the stream. Also, let me check this DM really quickly. While I open up the... What did I call it? I probably called it Summit. Curious.
Did you call it what was like Court of the 16th Mind or something like that?
Yeah,
Oh,
Court of the 60s
yes.
Mind, actually, exactly it.
Yep. Bingo,
Dang.
bingo.
I was literally pulling up my notes because I know I wrote down the name, but damn.
That was dead on. Let me open this up. Do you want to explain how the summit went?
Oh,
Great.
God. Oh boy. So, Pivot rolls up. It's basically just, Pivot, Lord Eldrin, and another member of the council, Lalo Lalorito. Or Lalo Lolito. I keep getting it fucked up with Final Fantasy. Who is, leads a organization of nobles within the King's Cove. Leader of the Cabal. So it's Pivot, Lord Eldrin, Lalo Lolito, and later Niall joins through one of the servants because Pivot said, "Hell no, you're not hijacking my body for this shit." They, oh god, did I actually note it down, or I just try to remember it? I just try to.
What's that?
Wonder.
No, I did note it down. Excellent. So they discussed the matter of Solyet, pretty much coming to the agreement that Patovian elements, Mechalite army elements, and members of the Church of Order will come together to hunt down Solyet and kill her, because that's a bit of a problem. And there were vague discussions of trying to broker a peace between Mechalite and Patovia, but the terms that Lord Eldrin set for it were pretty much Bilms becomes a puppet state located in the center of nowhere. Yeah, you won't have any freedom, you'll just be kind of landlocked.
You will be surrounded by...
So they didn't go for that one. But it was a temporary ceasefire to hunt down Solyet under a magical contract.
Yep, temporary ceasefire. And let me grab... Where's the boy here? Notes. Lord Eldrin, just so you guys have an idea of what he looks like, so when you see him in future episodes, you shall know. Where is he? Eldrin. But Eldrin is a quirky little fellow. He's very talkative. He loves to talk for sure, and he loves to kind of like showboat and make small talk. But yeah, they come to this agreement that they'll collectively deal with Solyet and the ceasefire. In the meantime, they have to park the castle outside of Mechalite because he says it's unsightly. He doesn't want it inside Mechalite. He's like, yeah, I don't like the, go get it out of here. And so they have to take the castle out of Mechalite, which they do. And as they're doing it, they're like, hey, it's a good time, as we're preparing to go deal with Solyet, let's bury Alice, let's give her a proper funeral. Let's make sure we have everything that we need before we go, and then let's park the castle. So they have a burial for Alice inside Reddish, and they bury her away from her father, over more towards Valrizzi's parents. And as they're coming up, actually, something very important to note, as they're coming up across the border, we are introduced to our new party member.
You missed the part where Rizzy had some weird doppelganger shenanigans.
Yeah, but before any of that, it was Slythe, right? Right? It happened before? No, that was after.
No, because we because we had to bury Alice, and we buried Alice before we found Slythe.
I forgot. Wait, was I already in the castle?
You were... Oh, God.
Were you a prisoner already?
Because
as far as I remember...
Yeah, so I remember Slythe was there because you guys crossed the border. And he was a prisoner at that point.
And Marth was like, I see someone! And everyone's like, what the fuck, Marth?
What the fuck? He's on a cross! Let's get the fuck away from him!
Yeah, because that was when the perfect... hey, did you ever actually manage to kill me? And then immediate break, screech, halt.
Oh, yeah, there was a big conversation between Pivot and Look Down, and it kind of cut off at the perfect moment.
Because my dream had the locket be successful, but I lost the locket. We got to meet in the new war room, or the meeting room where everybody's standing. Yep. I just watched this episode, so yeah. And then we met there, and then I believe the balcony was made that episode too.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the stuff got constructed that episode.
We constructed a bunch of shit, and then we just parked the castle.
I think it got all constructed, and Pivot is like, hey, Tim's, I gotta go leave the castle.
I hate to bring that guy, but we can't bring this with us. But yeah, the party meets Slythe, and as the way they meet Slythe is, Marth brings the castle to an abrupt stop. and Slythe is kind of surrounded by...
Still sleeping through all the noise of an enormous castle dropping right next to him.
Yeah.
Taking a little nap.
There's a bunch of Martandums, which are kind of like the coyotes of Nickelmentia, hoarding around Slythe, as well as a very creepy shadow creature that seems like it's constantly on fire. And they... yeah, I remember them trying to, like, get to you to take you off the cross, and you just kind of slipped out.
At them. Oh wait, yeah. Marth was going to reach for me, and I just looked at him very, very oddly, like, why the fuck are you getting close to me? Who is this? And then I just slipped out of my own binding.
It was great. They're fighting the Martandums, and Slythe, he uses his wonderful ability of consuming things. He's a classic Herbitian. He consumes a large Herbitian tree, and in the kind of just a dead in the middle of the fight, and everybody's like, wait, why did we stop again?
Yeah, we kill the... What's it? Martandums die. I stay away from the fire creature because fire bad, and yeah, that's about it.
We try to kill the fire creature with fire, and that doesn't work.
Oh, right.
And then we just kill it normally.
Specifically, Slythe, the only reason he actually did anything you guys said was because he was afraid of Thames.
That's fair.
Big fireman that can kill him with one shot. Yeah, no, he's not gonna piss the turtle off, so you just gotta win with it.
I guess something important to mention, because it bites us in the ass constantly, us being everyone else except Thames, because Thames is the problem. Ever since the Chaos Plane, Thames has the issue of anytime an enemy dies, he has to roll a will save or attack an ally, and we kill a lot of things.
Yeah, and the big horde fights.
Yeah.
So it's always great when we kill something and then Thames just turns around and just starts butchering a teammate.
That's it. Gets Yeah, actually, during that fight was when Thames chokeslams Marth and says, "I thought we talked about boundaries."
It was so fucking funny.
Established
Yeah,
boundaries.
that wasn't even like a reaction to someone being killed. That was just him straight up saying.
Oh god.
Oh, so funny.
And then,
And then I got the shit kicked out of me.
yeah, you got hit like 3 times over that.
Oh
He threw
yeah.
Fredo so that way he wouldn't hit me 3 times in one turn, and then proceeded to hit me like 3 separate times.
Yeah. Thames almost killed Agatha.
Oh
yeah, back in Revere.
Yeah.
Well, you choke slammed her and then fucking like
Got a
pile drived her with a halberd.
Yeah, I got a crit with, I think, the bill hook while she was prone. It was rough.
It was so bad.
I think she dropped to 0.
Yeah, she dropped to
Yeah.
0.
I think a few times over.
What, yeah, Pivot wasn't there to heal her either, so you had to, use like a bandage or something?
Yeah.
Put this on your gaping wound. But yeah, so they, Slythe ends up joining, in air quotes, pretty much the party.
Very big air quotes.
Yeah, he gets put inside the dungeons at the castle, because
Gets
they're like...
interviewed by Pivot in
Yeah,
a very awkward
Oh,
finding
it
of
was so
character.
good.
I hated it. I hated it so much.
It was so good.
You and me both, buddy.
I did feel bad because, yeah, I kind of just put Varathia right on the spot without really telling him. I was like, yeah, I need you to interrogate him, figure out why he was on that cross. He's a very strange character, so if you could just get some insight on him, that'd be great. Pivot has a conversation with him. Marth also has a conversation with him. And then they go into Reddish to bury Alice. And at the funeral, there is kaboo! A big fight that breaks out with a bunch of gem-like creatures that inside them are people that are just kind of like, they seem like they're trapped and solidified inside of them. Look Down murders them.
Oops. Look, I didn't know what was gonna happen. Okay.
You fired a fucking soul-killing slash at them. What?
Like, what do you expect to happen there, brother? Like,
Look, I don't know if it was just me half paying attention, but I didn't remember there being people inside of them piloting it. I
What do
didn't
you
think
think
about.
soul damage does?
I didn't know that there was people inside of it. Okay.
If
Like,
it
that
has
was
in the
a soul-
description.
If it has a soul, it hurts. If it doesn't have a soul, it doesn't hurt. Like, what do you mean?
I had a new ability and I wanted to do something. Okay.
Totally valid.
I didn't know that it was going to absolutely murk him. Okay. Like, lesson learned.
But as Look Down tests his new ability,
Thank you.
they catch kind of out of the corner of their eye that there is a mysterious hooded creature, or a figure, I should say, who is like escaping from the cemetery. They try to pursue him. He kind of ports away, and let's see what else happened there. He like kind of shadow steps away and makes his way to the castle. And he kind of gets into the castle and impersonates Agatha. Kind of makes his way inside. Agatha went out to collect resources. Maxwell is kind of like, he's like, yeah, cool. What's up? Welcome back, Agatha. And Agatha makes her way to the dungeons, talks to Slythe.
Noiselessly, without opening any doors.
Yep.
There's ports through doors.
Ports through the door, doesn't make any sound, which is a big sound cue for Slythe to be like, something's kind of weird about this. Offers Slythe to feed him, and Slythe declines very politely. Very nice. And after a while, Agatha, quote unquote, leaves.
Again,
And-
noiselessly.
Yeah. They
At that point, life is very much on edge and sticking to the wall so that no one can see into his cell, just stealth mode.
right, and that's when you had the conversation with Marth. I think it was after that.
Yeah, because he was. No, was it Thames?
Thames came to fetch me, and that's
Oh,
the only reason
right.
The only reason I even let him know I was there was because I heard his fat footsteps.
Plump, plump.
Big turtle.
Metal clanking.
Yeah.
But all things considered, Slythe, as they go to Sens, where they're gonna leave the castle, they have a kind of an agreement where, as long as Slythe knows like what the rules that they're kind of operating by, they don't kind of stand in each other's way. And Marth's like, "Hey, where do you see yourself after?"
Oh, right. Key notes about Slythe. He eats people.
Mhm.
He requires someone to be eaten every single day. Well, he needs to eat someone every day, otherwise he gets the sleep hungies. Like the 3 a.m.
munchies.
monster that he is.
Yeah, he gets the munchies.
Will go seek someone out to kill them in their sleep. And yeah, he's generally the most evil thing in the castle.
Yeah.
Aside from gems.
Yeah.
Well,
Or if
Yeah.
we're showing a little.
Yeah, I was
disconnected.
if I hit 0 HP,
yeah, but you suck the marrow out of bones, though.
I enslave somebody to do my bidding.
Okay,
You
that's
know,
a bit more
just
bloody.
disconnect
Against their
limbs
will.
and fingers, and just generally be terrifying. And,
Yeah, there's an ability. I have two ability. Okay, so I had an ability that I didn't use, and I got a new ability that I don't want to use. I'm just like, minor spoiler alert. Yeah, I got a new thing, but
Okay,
fuck
so
me.
he's more the villainy villain if he goes evil. I'm more the eat you evil.
Yeah,
if I
you're
choose to go evil.
you're at least evil full time. I'm part time evil.
The part-timer.
Part-timers coming in there and freaking take our
Damn.
Yeah, Tim's is the evil incidental.
The oopsie evil.
Oops, did I do that?
Oops, all evil.
Oopsie, I got triggered, so I
This
choked
entire
Sam, my
party is
friend.
just like, yeah, we got like this other side that we just like we don't talk about that. We're doing the good things. You know, we're good people.
Can't wait to fight a rat storm and absolutely obliterate Lookdown.
Stab. So yeah, ultimately, they come to an agreement where Slythe, will work with the party. He has his own goals in mind. If he does not like, people from Mekla, he makes it very clear. So he's like, you know what? It might work out for the for the both of us. They begin to explore Sens because this is going to be like the last time that they're going to be potentially seeing Petovia for maybe good, because they're going off to deal with somebody who's trying to ascend to be a god. And as they're exploring the city, they all have their own individual, like, little shenanigans. Slythe is...
Life is being a chipmunk, burying his crispy nuts for later.
Yeah, literally
And
being
by
a
crispy
fucking
nuts, I
chipmunk.
mean dragging up some ancient corpses, some 30, 40-year-old corpses, and burying them all over. I think it was 3 that I decided mentally.
It's nice to have someone that plans ahead, you know?
Yeah, one of those people with the bunker.
Thinking of those
you know?
rainy days. No one's gonna be out in the night. We can't find someone.
We did forget a major detail.
Mm.
The Lookdown cannon.
Oh, yeah.
Yes! And Val Rizzi's close call with death, his brother.
That shit, I'm not kidding. Go back to that episode, watch that again. It is fucking hilarious. The
It
entire.
was the dumbest shit.
I was awestruck. I had no... I had an inclination that at some point this was going to be happening, but I did not expect a look down to be fired out of a cannon towards an allied city. I was like, oh my god!
Nah, it's a
Good
test run.
slapstick that was.
literal terrorism on the city that just got a literal terrorism.
You gotta make sure they're on their toes.
Just and like Rizzy's fit was so good. Oh man,
It's not even a fit. It's perfectly justified.
100%. And also the fact that we got to bring it all back to DBZ because I was literally in a sand pod. That was also great.
Tim's fucking instant constructed a means to go hide and act like he didn't do it.
Hiding.
So fucking funny. So funny.
Is he? Yeah, is he okay? Are you okay? Shit, so fucking. Oh man.
Was that look down?
But after also after that happens,
It's also just like him yelling at Look Down, and Look Down's just like, this is the first time I've had fun in like ever.
Look Down with a big
So
smile.
I'm gonna show this, and then he does like the fucking snow angel thing in the hole. Like I would have been splat. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
It does a Vince McMahon walk to the castle.
It's so fucking.
Fucking goes and chews out Marth.
Do you have a handle on people? Like an actual handle on them?
Martha's like, what?
What the fuck are you
They
talking
did
about?
what?
Anyway, here's the soldiers, man. Oh god, it was so good. But yeah, they make their way to Sens. The party kind of just does like a little bit of exploring in Sens. Marth heads off to like a monument where his father's statue was taken down. Pivot heads back to his old shack before it got, before they launched
Kicked out of
away.
squatter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look Down was digging graves as well.
I think he owes you rent actually. I'm just gonna put that out there. Yeah.
Oh no.
Nah.
I think Pavelli owes you some
He ain't my tenant.
He's your squatter. It's a different matter.
Yeah,
Tim
but I
just
mean
got
by
ready for
Pavelli's
the
logic,
drill.
you should pay
Yeah,
having there.
What'd you say, Michael?
I said Tim's got ready for the Oregon Trail.
ordered bears.
Built a wagon.
Oh, so that dome shield came at like the perfect time because the first time I used it was when the bomb exploded and not take any damage, and then I used it during the cannon to be a literal cannonball.
I mean, it looked
It
at
may have exacerbated the problem, you know.
It's better than me fucking eating it.
True.
I mean, I gotta.
Like,
I'll save that for later.
Imagine going full serviette mode in the middle of Reddish.
I think I would have lived by like 3 HP.
No, it was a lot of damage. Like you would have
74. Was 74
died.
damage.
Impact?
Yep.
There was no
I think
way
it
it
was
was 74.
I think it was actually 71, and then we thought it was 74. I just listened to the episode. I swear to you, it was like 74.
How much
I
health
thought it
does
was
the
gonna be more
dome
than
shield
that.
have?
250.
Yeah, it was almost broken. I'm pretty sure, right?
That was during the bomb.
Oh,
Yeah,
that-
it was almost-
that the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb almost broke it.
I should have doubled it. Lol.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just.
But yeah, so they're exploring the city. They eventually come across. Actually, let me. No, since it would take a while to open up. They come across ruins with a bunch of floating kind of material and bricks over it, with a large staircase that is leading downward. And as they kind of approach this area, Thames's hammer, Hythe, lights up, which was kind of like a big plot point from earlier when Thames was kind of chaosified. He had a dream in which he believed, or was kind of led on to believe that there was God ore in Hythe. And so, yeah, the God ore lights up. Forfoden says that this is the area that him and Bardox fought off Hawk Haram in one final battle, and then it served as a memorial afterwards, and a burial place for Bardox. And so the party goes up, and they have to offer something of divine nature to get inside these trials. These trials are set up to get Bardox's god weapon. And that could be something that's very, very important, as potentially they might have to be fighting a god at the end of the day should Solia ascend. So Thames...
Or
Neal. Yep, or
Neal
Neal.
later.
Either way.
One shit at a time.
So Thames begins taking the trial, and as he goes in to begin taking the trial, a large light, a beacon of light, shoots up into the sky, alerts all the monsters in the region. A flesh tower comes out of the west, brimstone giant from the south, and yeah, that's where Abraham Drew
It was hell.
dies, and
Marth loses
Rest in
an
peace.
arm.
Yep. Marth gets his arm
Look
chopped
down.
off. Yep,
Get
look
the-
down.
Look down, learns a new secret tech, which is lose a limb, get speedy.
And reattach limb.
Yeah, and
Marth
reattach limb after
eats
3
about
turns.
1,000 tons of flesh digging his way through fucking.
Yeah, it's like that a field day digging through and nomming bodies that were stuck inside.
Look at all this food!
And Maxwell stole it from me. I'm so angry at him. I
Oh
didn't
my
about that.
god. Yeah, Maxwell pulled a card that got rid of all the loot from the
I
battle.
got
So.
me grudge. That'll come up tomorrow. Don't you worry. Don't you forget.
No. Oh no.
maybe once you're out of the presence of the God of Heroism, please, thank you.
Got a bone
Just a little
picking
caveat
there.
there.
So Thames is going through the trials as all this fighting is happening. It's going back and forth. These episodes, it was like, what, 4 episodes that I think the trial and the fights kind of like went through. Maybe,
At least.
yeah, maybe 5, 6, because of the fights afterwards. But Thames aces like pretty much all of the trials. There was one that he had to use his single undo to get through. He makes it to the second to last trial, and something kind of pops up where he may or may not have done the heroic thing, and it, he still gets through to the last trial, and Bardox asks if he's still here. Are you still here, buddy? He tells Thames to fetch his friends as he will need them for the final trial.
Friends, quotation marks.
Yeah, yeah.
When it comes to me, anyway.
Best buddies.
I mean,
Thames anime hero airdrops via a Bardock's hand that brings him down on top of the brimstone giant. He just starts murdering this thing. And I say murdering, I mean murdering this thing wholesale. They end up winning the fight when Thames returns. And Thames is like, hey, he said to fetch you for this final trial, so we gotta head in. The party leaves Abraham Drew's dead body because he's gonna be. He said it's cool for now.
Chests, also important detail.
What's that? Sorry.
I'll be coming back for those chests as well.
Slight
We know
detail, the entirety, every single allied combatant managed to get outplayed by a single fucking small chest for a round and a half of combat. It was weird.
That was crazy. Max was riding on top of it so it couldn't drag itself away.
I forgot about that. Oh, way to come in clutch. Take one for the team there, Maxwell.
The party squares up against Bardox in a final fight. It's a statue of Bardox. And the fight kind of takes place in the form of a clock, which tracks Bardox's history. And each of the hours has a scenario and various ways that they can complete that scenario. The goal being, hey, do the heroic thing. For which, the most part, honestly, the party stacked up a lot of heroic points.
Jesus, didn't this take 3 sessions?
Yeah, no, it was a long fight. But you know what? It was a good fight, damn it, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah, it was good.
It was actually perfect because you guys made it to the 12th hour, and that was the end of the fight. Do you want to explain how it happens, Michael?
How we beat Bardock, you mean?
Yeah.
So, a bit of context here. Early into the fight, Tim's got a big debuff against Bardock that made him his rival. Part of this was that all of Tim's attack rolls have disadvantage. And also, Tim's can't kill Bardock until the clock either fully spins around or Tim's dies, or I think gets downed. One of the two. Either way, all this happens, and we managed to knock Bardock unconscious, but he has a thing, basically, where if you want to permanently kill him, I think he had to fail 3 death saving throws on other people's turns.
Yeah.
So basically, we were on a clock to get him because we also learned that on the 12th hour he is fucking crazy and could probably kill 2 of us. But he's downed and he has a god weapon, aka free god weapon. So we Tim's hands the weapon to Maxwell, as one does. Hands Hythe, which is technically a sort of really low-powered god weapon, to look down. And basically, we also learned that Forfeiden, as a reaction, if you hit Bardock during the 12th hour, will come and RKO you and then beat your ass for a little bit. So Tim's is like, all right, let me do this. And then Tim's takes out the sword that he yoinked from Bardock's. Not Bardock's. Actually, yeah, he did yoink from Bardock's. Basically brings it down onto Bardock's. Subsequently gets RKO'd by Forfeiden, who's telling him how much of a good job he did while beating the fuck out of him. And then Maxwell, with one final epic swing, takes the god weapon down onto Bardock's, launches him 1 mile away, quote-unquote kills him instantly, and the 6th trial is passed.
And that is where we left things off before the mid-season, in which they now need to go and deal with Soliet Alexandrite as a Reditho arc has fired through the sky, signaling that she will soon ascend. Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting. Are there any questions in chat? Any questions at all? But you are fully caught up on the Mars Dungeon Season 1 to Season 2. It only took a solid 5 hours, but you know what? I'm surprised it took 5 hours. We kind of made it pretty quickly.
Hold on. There's,
Oh, it's supposed to be a summary.
there's a message in chat you need to remove. Your artist is asking too many questions.
How much am I being paid? Oh!
Well, it was nice knowing you, Tori. Goodbye.
Give me a cloak.
Yeah.
I want a cloak.
But yeah, the process for the mid-season has taken a full month of preparation to create, so it should be an absolute banger. I have a lot of really fun and exciting things planned for it. The stakes are wicked high. I will state it right now, the stakes are very high. Yeah, this will not be the episodes to miss. So if you guys are interested in the story and you want to see more, absolutely tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, make sure you pop in. Be very pog.
I suppose
I'm nervous.
a bit of padding, maybe. Some fun Mars Dungeon lore out of character. The reason why the Mechalite Ardent Guerrilla Army is called that, the MAGA troops, is because I think early on, I think it was like a Bilms recap, Druzy's accent made it sound like whenever he said the word magma, that he said MAGA.
Oh my god, it was so funny.
Yeah. He's like, and look down and Tims have to escape the incoming MAGA.
Hearing Druzy's was so fucking funny.
And yeah, and thus the Mechalite Ardent Guerrilla Army was born.
Oh man, is there anything else? I think that's pretty much everything, chat.
I'm gonna kill the Radiant Knight. I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah, Lookdown has a vendetta against the Radiant Knight.
Yeah.
Slythe is hungry.
Poor
I don't believe
Sad.
it.
Tims is praying that he gets the mind virus out of his head before he has a fucking god weapon in his hands.
Radio.
Like, you know, I'd love to do a blood transfusion, but I really don't think that'd work very well.
I want to know if anyone ever covered those sewer grates after Thames stole all the covers.
No.
No, nobody
Nope.
did.
We literally just told them right away. The sewer great goblin has not taken a visit yet.
Oh my god.
Fucking.
I can't wait. It's gonna be so fucking funny. It's gonna be New York all over again. Somebody just falling right through.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you put that much free copper in front of me, you know.
Smelly Ham's on his way to get his revenge. Fucking falls in the sewer grate.
So many yams.
I now claim, if we are going to be in scenes more often, I now claim those sewers as the Slythe tunnels.
Oh god.
Oh no, Jean Baptiste again.
Oh my god. But yeah, chat, I think I'll probably take a bow out there. I hope you all enjoy tomorrow. We will see you at 8 p.m. Eastern. Hope you all have a lovely rest of your night. And as always, stay beautiful. Bye-bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you later. So long.
Where do I get my next weapon?
Never.